What's up, all my Ewok Tribbles, droids, and Wookiees? Anna, also known as Star Wars Girl. I am going to be doing another painting stream today. And this one, for those of you asking in the chat, I am dual streaming this on my art channel. I got like a notification. I saw it like a couple weeks ago, but I was busy fulfilling my calendars that I didn't really pay it much mind. But I got a notification on my art channel that it's under review and they removed my monetization. I know people told me that like their memberships were put on hold. And it said it had something to do with my AdSense and whatnot, but all of that was taken care of. But the monetization on that channel has been removed. And I guess now I can't stream directly to that channel unless I do a dual stream, which is kind of pisses me off a bit. But you know, what can you do at this point? You know, there's nothing really I can do except for dual stream it today. But I just wanted to talk about what I did yesterday. So if you guys, welcome everyone in the chat. Lovely to see all of you guys here. Good morning.
Yesterday.
What the fuck was that? It's playing in the background on a tab. All right. So let's what was I talking about? Oh yeah, painting. So like I showed you guys, if you guys have been following this project, so I'm doing the eye project and I'm supposed to be painting 200 eyes. And let me show you, these are the first 36 eyes that I painted. And if you start at the top right, or excuse me, left-hand corner, and then you move your way down to the bottom right, those are the first 36 eyes that I painted. And then here are the next 36 eyes that I painted. So I've painted, 50 eyes so far, which is fucking crazy. Wait, 36? Wait a second. I feel like that's wrong because 36 plus 36 doesn't exactly equal 50, does it? Huh. I don't know what's going on here. Did I double it? What's going on? I don't know. Whatever. That's how they all fit on the freaking square thing. But anyways, yesterday I revised a painting. So as you guys can see up on your screen, well, it's not that one. It's over in this one, I believe. So the second on the top row from the left, that is the eye that I repainted yesterday. Somebody, yeah, that would be 72. Yeah, I don't know why. Why does it fit? I didn't do 72 eye paintings. I only painted 50, but that's funny that... Am I crazy? Did I just count wrong? Have I actually done 72? I don't think so, because I would have 72 different videos, which is not the case. Did I double it? I don't know. It's early. It's 6 in the morning for me. But anyways, so this is what I did yesterday. So as you guys can see, the original painting versus the revised. So the big difference here is this gentleman, he sent me in a photo originally where it was very blown out. It was very blurry. The colors were like very, very yellow. And you know, one of those really, bad pictures that, we've all taken them. But he, was determined to get a better picture. And so he took another one when he was, he got his wife to volunteer as well. So he sent me his wife's eye photo, and then he also sent me, a better revised photo. And he said, he's like, you don't have to repaint it, but I just wanted to prove to myself that I could, take a photo. And I was like, wow, that's actually a really, really good photo. I was like, would you like me to repaint this for you? Because I can see from the first one, I could do a lot better now with this high resolution. So he said, yes, absolutely. And so what you see up here on the screen is what I painted yesterday. Now, I really want to listen to this Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. So I'm waiting for either Nick or Tug to go live so I can listen to that in the background. But before we do that, I wanted to, send you guys over to my art Instagram. I have an art Twitter, but I feel like Instagram is just more centralized for, art and stuff. Oh, let me get this off the screen. So this is my art Instagram. It's the art of Anna, TSWG. TSWG stands for that Star Wars girl. And so this is where I post all of the time lapses of all of the eyes that I have painted so far. And if you guys are interested in volunteering for the eye project, I actually only have like a few spots left, like less than 10 spots. I know I miscounted a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be full, which is crazy. I guess I finally promoted it enough and enough people saw, the way that this project was, because a lot of people are like, Anna, that's weird. I don't want you painting my eye. And I'm like, no, trust me, it's not what you think. But if you guys are interested, there's only a few spots left. But if you guys, want to participate in a project that I, want to do in the future, is after I'm done with human eyes, I really kind of want to practice painting animals. So I think the next eye project would be painting animals' eyes. So if you have like a pet, like a dog, a cat, a lizard, a fish, and you think that they have cool eyes and you want, your animal immortalized in a painting project, you can send it to me via the same email. Let me know, what kind of, I don't know about the leafing. I might do different types of framing and stuff, but let me know what your animal, like what kind of animal it is, and then what your animal's name is, obviously. But yeah, so nice to see everyone in the chat. Also, if you guys would like, I am doing, let me see if it'll work on here. I'm doing a Q&A on my story here on Instagram. So if you guys have an Instagram account and you want to ask me some questions, you can just go here, and you don't have to super chat. You just, obviously, you just ask me a question and I will answer it on the Instagram. So I've only gotten a few questions so far. I think like this person asked me, I don't know what this even meant. So I was like, what? Somebody asked me about my Alice in Wonderland painting, about drawing and whatnot. Isn't that crazy? I drew this in 20 minutes, guys. This is a 20-minute sketch of mine from this is 2013, or maybe that's the date is 13. I don't think this is from 2000. This is probably from 2015. 14 or 15 is when I drew that one. But yeah, and then like watercolor and whatnot. So if you guys want, just go over to my art Instagram. Let me copy this and paste that in the chat. If any of my mods are here, I only have the StreamYard stream pulled up, so I can't see if any of my little wrenches are in here. But go ahead and drop that link if you guys can. But yeah, with that being said, guys, if you, I already mixed the paint. I did. I filmed it. I was editing a video that will be posted on my Star Wars Girl channel at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I literally just clipped out the portion where Johnny Depp, talks about how Disney fired him. And then, he got fired the same way that Gina Carano got fired. And no one is talking about it. And I noticed that yesterday when I was listening to the trial. I'm like, he literally found out he got fired via a fucking newspaper article. And he said he was shocked about that. And like, that's exactly how Gina found out that she got fired from Star Wars. So Disney, look at how unprofessional they are to people like Gina Carano, and then like super fucking stars like Johnny Depp. It blew my mind. So I clipped that out, and with like him explaining how he got fired, or how he found out he was fired from Captain Jack Sparrow and Pirates of the Caribbean, and then side by side with what happened with Gina. So that video is going to be posted. So I was I was listening to get those clips out of the trial, and I was like, I'm just going to mix the paint. So the paint is already mixed, so I'm just going to get straight into painting. Let me check and see what these volunteers' names are, because I kind of forgot. But also, what's up, everyone in the chat? Let's see. I do have Ryan is here. What's up, Ryan? Oh my God, I have a celebrity in the chat too. What's up, dude? All right. Well, I see Slick Rick is here. I see Lord Crackhead is here. Past Master Dan. Is that how I say it? Past Master Dan. Do processed cheese. What? Zince. Let's see. What's up, everyone? Hello. Good morning. Flaws. What do you mean flaws? What did I say? Big Raj. Hello. Let's see. Hello. I think I got everyone. Decree. Interesting name. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the chat. Angry Panda. Thank you. Main channel video looks less blurry. Why? I don't know. I really don't. But hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm going to start painting now. My hand is really fucking cold. It gets really cold in my little shack in the morning. I really want this trial to start so I can listen to it in the background, because as you guys know, I'm not very good at talking and streaming at the same time. I feel like that is not not my area of expertise, especially when I'm painting. But I should do a poll in the chat. Let me see. Let's do a poll. What do you guys think the poll should be? Do you think Johnny will win? Okay. Put a poll in the chat. We can have that. So do you think Johnny will win? Yes or no? Should the poll should be, what should the poll be? That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. Let's see. But yeah, it's been let's see. Hi Anna, how far have you made it on the eye project? Well, I guess now I'm at 52. I'm gonna start painting the 52nd eye today. And yeah, thank you for reminding me. I was gonna go look and see the gentleman's eye that I'm going to be painting today. So I have so many folders. I don't know if you guys have a lot of folders. I have a couple streams that I need to do. I don't stream a lot on this channel, but what was I gonna say? Multitasking and speaking and not like explaining what I'm doing and like reading out the things. Okay, so this is Engineer Wrecker is the first eye that I'm gonna paint. Let me put that in the description. But words. Oh yeah, so I need to do a stream where I go through all of the shit with Lizzo and show like how all of those weirdos were harassing people on my Instagram. If you guys didn't see, I posted 3 videos of the saga of the Lizzo stalkers, all of the blue check marks that harassed me and stuff. So I want to go through and show you guys all of that because, of course, after I make my videos, they all go silent because I was right. And you know, it's all the rules for thee but not for me kind of thing. So they're allowed to go and slander my name and harass me and stalk me and go harass people in my comments and false flag me and, you know, on every fucking platform and report my account to Twitch and YouTube and Instagram. Hey, maybe that's why no, I mean, it's been under review for a while, but I'm like, yeah, maybe they did flag my art channel enough. But yeah, I need to do a video talking about all that. I also need to do an unboxing stream because I went to my P.O. box and there was a shit ton of stuff there. So I'm kind of buried in a tower of boxes yet again. So I need to do those 2 streams as well. But I think today I'm going to try to paint. I want to paint 3 eyes. I don't know if I will. I'll probably get around to painting at least 2 of them. Hopefully, that's me being extremely optimistic. But yeah, so we are painting Engineer Wrecker. Let me edit that in the description. There we go. Okay, and then 53 of 200. Isn't it crazy that I'm like making that kind of progress where I'm like in the 50s? It'll be exciting when I'm in the hundreds. Like, that's going to be a huge feat for me. I'll have to do like a celebration that I painted that many eyes. Oh, fuck you, stupid thing. It won't let me. Okay. I think we're good. To start. Can you guys let me know in the chat when Nick or Tug go live so I can watch that? Because I've been waiting for this freaking trial to start and it's taking for fucking ever. I feel like, okay, I see Nick's stream. It says it's going to start at 6:30 a.m. So in 1 minute. So I have Nick's thing pulled up. So I guess when that starts, it'll start talking from the background. But yeah, I didn't see Tug's stream. Maybe they're YouTube suppressing him. I just want to clarify, I like Nick and Tug both. They're both my friends. If I switch between them, it's just because sometimes I want to just listen to what Johnny is saying. And I know like Nick talks, like him and his co-host talk sometime. So this is one that I really just want to listen to. So I might switch depending on who's talking over what. Let's see. Okay, let's get this photo up so I can start painting. Oh, I probably should turn on my camera too. I just realized that it is not on. That's a problem. Let me also move over my heater because it's cold. Oh, sorry. I need to get my heater. It's under my desk. I need to move it to my painting desk. Let's turn on this. I'm gonna have to adjust the light and settings. Sorry, it's at a weird angle. It is let's see. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. The reigning champ. Oh my god, you degenerate. Okay, keep me warm, please. I have to like put it on a box so that way it doesn't melt my plastic on the floor. Okay. There we go. There was a delay yesterday. That sucks. All right. First painting of the day is about to begin. Let's do this. Do do do. Do 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 do. All right, if you guys haven't voted in the poll, go do so. It'll be interesting to see what you guys vote on. I really hope he does win. This bitch like totally fucked him over. Oh yeah, I need to start recording this. Okay, so I know why, obviously they didn't because Johnny doesn't want to get his kids involved. But I honestly think, like, I would like to hear what his kids have to say about the situation and what it was like seeing their dad go through this. And obviously they're going to be, like, a little skewed because he cheated on their mother with her. And so maybe they're, like, angry at their father. I think I saw something about, like, Lily Rose saying that she was, like, pissed off about it and whatnot. Because, I mean, obviously the kids, their family got broken up, their parents split up, and no kids like that. And then this woman, made their life hell for years and is still doing so and is lying about their father. So I think, I don't know, I would just like to see and hear what they have to say. But I get it. He wants to leave them out of it. But I mean, they're in their 20s. They're not kids anymore. And yeah, I completely agree that Amber Heard sounds like absolute shit. And she seems like a total narcissist. Has Tug started his stream yet? Oh. Let's see. She's evil. Yeah. Definitely comes off that way. What is Tug's channel? Tug's channel is that umbrella guy. Okay, here we go. Time for painting. Okay. A lot of reds in this gentleman's skin. Very pigmented. Which makes it for fun painting. Oh yeah, I'm hosting Jack's show tonight. So through the day I'm going to have to take a nap sometime because I've been up for a long time. I need to... Drexel's supposed to be the guest tonight. I need to text him and remind him. Hannah, ask about John sniffing your calendar. I was there. It was just a joke. EVS took the stream down. What happened? Oh, is this like a different stream than the one that I saw? What are you guys talking about? Because I think he opened it on... It was like Shane's stream, right? I asked him if he got it, and then Shane showed his. I need to... If anyone did... Anyone... Let me rephrase my thought. Next time I go live, not on the Jack Show, I feel like I should pull up review videos and do like reacting. Reacting to you guys getting my calendar. That'll be fun. I saw Doomatron's TikTok. Why hasn't this child started? I think it was Billy's wife was tipsy. The Tucci stream got taken down. Shane brought pterodactyl in? Aw. You know what it probably was, guys, is Ethan plays copywritten music. And so he probably gets flagged. So he probably just takes it down. That's what I assume. Why are these fuckers not live yet? What time does this trial start? Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm getting gypped. I'm up early to listen to this fucking trial, and neither Tug nor Nick are live. What is going on? These fuckers, has the trial not started yet or something? Like, I know they must be tired. But come on. I know they're tired. I know that they got kids. It'll be interesting because they're doing the cross-examinations with Johnny again. So, I'm excited to see what he says and, like, how they try to piss him off. I think he's going to get under that guy's skin. You're left-handed? No, my screen is flipped, or else, because my camera is, it would be upside down if I had it regular. I'm painting with my right hand. Everyone does get so excited when they watch this and they don't know that the camera's flipped. And they're like, oh my God, you're left-handed. It's like some kind of club. It's a club I'm not a part of, though. I guess I'm not in the cool kids lefty club. I have been to the lefty store. And isn't that like, that's from the Rugrats with like Tommy? Or no, not Tommy, Chucky. He's left-handed. Isn't it crazy that like Rugrats is not on TV anymore? It's like, oh my God. It says he's live. I don't see him being live right now. I feel gypped. Did you guys ever watch like White Chicks when they're there and like the guy asks for like a credit card and ID, and so he just pulls the bitch fit, like, I'm gonna have a BF. She's gonna have a bitch fit. It's like, I'm gonna write a letter to the owner of the company. It's too bad their names were Tiffany and Brittany and not Karen. Okay, I just got a notification Nick went live. I got his stream up. Oh, it's muted. Fucking A, I'm stupid. All right, cool. We got something to listen to.
2.5 of Johnny Depp's specific testimony.
There we go.
All that good stuff. Goodness gracious. Last day of the week of this shit. Yes it is. Yes it is. Nothing says whipped like a nice pastel preppy shirt. Yeah, that's right. Anyway. Whew. Yeah, I would actually normally be teaching today, but I am here. I'm here for this, and goodness gracious. Eventually, we'll stop yawning and be ready to go. But we have got this trial, man. This trial is it. It is hip. It is happening, and I'm ready to watch. I wanted to see Johnny's cross examination. I wanted to see it live in the flesh. I think it's going to be pretty darn interesting, and yeah, I hope y'all are pumped as well.
Fuck yeah.
Yesterday we had Johnny Depp's direct testimony for almost the entire day, almost all of it. We need to get you a cat picture for your wall. I already have the lawyer cat right there. I don't have any more wall space to put it that would be visible in here. Whew. But yeah, so yesterday we had the let's see, the final part of Johnny Depp's direct examination, which lasted almost the whole day. There was 15 minutes of cross examination that came at the very end, but we had quite a bit of stuff come out. It was the meat of the tumultuous relationship between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard that got the focus yesterday, and we got to really just see firsthand. We got to see just how freaking evil she could be, at least according to Johnny Depp, right? I mean, I guess you could always suggest simply that that he was lying. He was lying about their relationship, that none of it was true, or that he was misrepresenting or underselling his hand in the violence. Sure, we'll see, of course, if that's true as we go on, because they will have the opportunity to present their evidence with Amber Heard during their case in chief, and it'll really be about who you believe, because there's just two people, right? It's ultimately he said, she said. So unfortunately, the only resolution we'll have is what we determine to be true, what the jury determines to be true, and that will be the reality of their relationship.
That sucks.
That's it. That's how it works. So, however, that was direct, was just laying out how nasty the relationship was from Amber Heard's side. And I think even if they can come up with something that Johnny Depp did in the relationship, this puts him in about as good of a position as you can be. Because the reality is, the accusations from Amber Heard were not, he struck me one time, right? And therefore I was abused. The accusations from Amber Heard are that she was a victim of domestic abuse and she stood up against it. And in doing so, the implication is that the victim implication, I think, is what really sells it. That's the inference. And if they were equal in doling out punishment, for lack of a better word, if they were equal in that, then I'm not sure you can be the victim of domestic abuse. if you're hitting the other person, if you're punching them all the time, how are you a victim? That's the question. But will the jury agree with that? I have no idea, and that remains to be seen. So today is cross, though, and that's where the story gets put to the test. Maybe it gets put to the test. That's if they choose to go there, right? So far, what they're doing is cross-examining Johnny Depp's knowledge of his lawsuit and the legal circumstances under which it is brought. And that is that's a whole different animal. They are focusing on the technical aspects.
If you guys haven't yet, please smash the like button.
Do these statements pertain to you? Are they lies? Are they true? Did these particular statements cause you damage? You would agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Depp? You would agree that, in fact, your career was already damaged prior to this specific article being published. You would agree that you're not suing Amber Heard over statements made prior to this article, because you can't do that, can you, Mr. Depp? That is the approach Mr. David Rottenborn took yesterday, and we'll see if he continues on that approach today. I think he's going to have to attack Johnny Depp's credibility. I think they're going to have to do that, because right now, a normal person, your average person, doesn't really want to say, well, I mean, she lied a whole bunch right before this and caused you damage, but you're not suing over that. You're suing over this statement, these lines from this article. That's what you're suing over, because all of that other stuff doesn't matter legally, and technically it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to matter. So that's what they're trying to get at. But they're going to have to convince a jury that, she could lie all day about him, before, so long as for this article, because that's what he sued her over, she told the truth, and therefore, or the technical truth, and therefore she shouldn't have any punishment. I don't know. I think that's where they have to go, but I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I wouldn't want to be there at all, actually. I would want to be able to win on the facts of their relationship, on the facts of the abuse. I would want, if I were Amber Heard and their legal team, I would want to.
So maybe make a meme of Nick on Amber Heard, like his head on her body or something, saying, "If I were Amber Heard."
So there we go. That's kind of the summary of today. We've got some early super chats that I want to try and keep a little bit more on top of today. I'm feeling guilty, guys. Feeling very guilty because I am here. Like I said, I would normally be teaching today, but I did a video lesson for the assistant to run for this. It was because I teach the Constitution to our homeschool co-op, and we only had, the last thing we had was the last two amendments today. The lesson itself was, I don't know, 7 minutes. So it was like, well, you don't really need me there for this. We've got, it's the last teaching day. There's some other stuff going on later. So they didn't really need me in the classroom for this. However, I had forgotten that there was some technical complications with how things were going to go today. and though I wasn't particularly needed in the classroom, it would have been very much more convenient for Lady Rackets if I were there. But didn't really remember that until this morning. So feeling a little guilty on that one. Well, c'est la vie. That's how it goes, I guess, right? Brandon Stull says, Rackets, I'm sending a story to check out your Twitter DMs. Man hands officers meth instead of registration during traffic stop. Be sure to check out the mugshot. Doug Murray, Rackets, can we unite and spread a rumor that Johnny Depp is dressing as Captain Jack on Monday, but instead dresses normal Amber Heard comes in dressed as a smelly pirate, sending the jury in for immediate deliberations. Depp for the win. Sure, we'll give it a shot. The Dragon's Treasure says, knock, knock. Who's there? I'm out of clever super chats for the week. Use code AmberPoopsInBeds at the Dragon's Treasure to help fund a team of clever researchers and pun makers, and also maybe some tea. #MePoo. Yes, guys, you can go to thedragonstreasure.com, which is a haven for tea and anime lovers. You can buy some really, really top quality, hand-picked, hand-selected, hand-sorted, whatever, loose leaf teas of all different varieties. Really good stuff. I am a fan of the Dragon's Treasure, and he'll send it right to your house. It's lovely. It's beautiful. And give it a shot. Okay, do we have? I'm waiting for us to have some video. Okay, we've got a little bit. It's just an alley, basically, waiting for the parties to arrive. Tank Commando says, what's the over-under on the defense team getting under Depp's skin and getting him to snap during cross today? They already had him a little irritated after only 15 minutes yesterday. I don't know that Johnny Depp is going to actually snap. I agree that he was irritated. He doesn't like these people. These people are supporting his destruction. And they want to paint him as a domestic abuser. I mean, they want... The perverse aspect of defamation is that when you are right, when someone is lying about you and you take them to court, their legal team is perpetuating the defamation. That's their defense. No, this was true. These were true statements. He is a piece of garbage. He is an abuser. He is a wife beater. He is not who he says he is. He is a failure to his children. He is a failure as a man, as a father. He is the worst person you've ever met. That's the way to defend the defamation. So if Johnny Depp was hurt by the lies of Amber Heard, these people are just continuing them. Again, if they're lies, which, of course, unless he's lying, which is possible, from his perspective, they are certainly lies. All right, Amber has a different hairstyle today. Here we go. Her hair is pulled back, but also down.
Half up, half down. That's what it's called.
I don't know, man. Having a different hairstyle every single day for this trial, I'm not sure the wisdom of this stuff.
That's the way the girls do their hair, Nick.
Like, if the jury's paying attention, they're going, oh, she's got different hair today, different hair today, different hair today.
All women do that.
Styled every single day.
All women wear different hairs every day.
I think they should pick one good style and stick with it. Kind of like a normal person, right?
I don't wear my hair the same every day.
I don't know. I guess there are women that change their hair every day, but I don't really. Most of the women I know have kind of a consistent style, except for special occasions. I don't think Johnny Depp is prone to snapping. Right? I don't think that is very likely. 5 Simple Words says, good morning from sunny South Padre. Thanks for what you do. Ever tried Templeton Rye 6-year? Like, dislike. I feel like I have. It's familiar sounding, but I couldn't honestly tell you. I don't remember. So if I've had it, it didn't make enough of an impression for me to remember specifically. Sorry. So but that also may mean I haven't had it. I probably have seen it, if nothing else. But no, I can't remember. Sorry, I don't have any impressions on it. Lancelot 652 says, "Hey Nick, are they allowed to play audio at closing arguments? If so, I'd blast Amber's admission of beating him on a loop." Oh yeah. Well, I shouldn't say. I'm agreeing.
Russell Hall, thank you for the super chat. How much sleep did you get before stream sniping? A decent amount.
Anytime reasonably feasible.
I slept yesterday from like 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I got a couple hours of sleep.
Rules for different courts and even for different
about 5,
trials.
I think.
But I don't see any particular problem with it.
Oh, perfect. Which exhibit?
Right. Hopefully the volume is okay.
All right. Anything else? We have the thumb drive with the with the night pictures on it, night 2 and night 3. Great. Thank you. All right. All right. Anything further? All right. We're ready for the jury.
Okay. That's a good mugshot on that meth instead of registration at the traffic stop.
I'm having a freaking deja vu moment right now.
This is what allows me to be on the road.
No, my hair just fell
on. Jamie Moodley says, "Please sing a bit of Every Breath You Take as Lemoyne's Every Breath You Take." Robin Kellum says, "What was the story he told about her punching him twice? And he said, 'That's it, I'm done.' Then he left. What was the story behind that?" That was the
birthday.
That was after he missed her birthday. That was right before she pooped in his bed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat.
Missed. Late to her birthday party.
Right.
However,
Cross-examination.
All right, Rottenborn, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, I'm so excited.
There's some tension between John.
Aren't you hosting Jack Show tonight? Yeah, Russell. That's why I'm gonna sleep after this, and I'll wake up for Jack. I'm gonna go to Starbucks though and get my drink before. Also, guys, I will be on Nina Infinity's channel tomorrow. She's doing her 80th show, and she invited me on.
Every time he says his name, you discuss your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yeah, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? You remember that?
As a child,
he wants to make Johnny Depp's emotional abuse the issue here.
Itself in your head.
Emotional abuse of Amber Heard.
Sure. So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, it can be verbal, it can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother.
I like how Johnny gives an in-depth answer and doesn't just say yes or no.
Punch a wall once, as I said, he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand, basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old. This was just before I dropped out of high school. One morning, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something meaningless and and I just said, no. And he just gave me a quick shot.
Jeez.
Pretty hefty. And it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, Tweety birds and stuff. Sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of him.
Right. And I believe you testified, come on. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you if it doesn't work? You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, yes. There you go.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
What a piece of shit.
Oh my God.
You live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, when you have deep roots in South Kentucky and such, it's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your aunts, it's this, it's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman, that is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards of the Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Oh God,
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
Oh God.
Strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend.
You've done drugs with him?
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol,
yes.
Why am I blinking on who the fuck Paul Bentley is? I know who that is, and it's driving me crazy now. Fuck.
But I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Where's he going?
He walked away. Oh, Amber's hair actually looks pretty today. I like this hairstyle the best. She just needs to get her roots done.
Okay.
That's a weird approach there. So yeah, yesterday Johnny Depp said he doesn't understand why you would hit someone to make them agree with you. It just doesn't work. He's talking about raising his kids. And so Rottenborn goes to impeach that statement by saying, well, your dad, you didn't want to walk the dog, and then your dad punched you in the face, and then you wanted to walk the dog. So therefore, it does work to be violent to get someone to agree with you. It's a little bit different, Rottenborn. He's talking about a specific task, not like general learning. I don't think Johnny Depp agreed with the principle of walking dogs because he ate a fist to the face from a man to a
shit,
child.
am I recording? Okay, good.
Jesus.
I can't find my paintbrush. I think I dropped it. Oh, there it is. Russell, thank you for the super chat. Paul Bentley is a British actor. Oh, yeah, he's the blonde guy that's Jarvis. He's the voice of Jarvis, and he's married to Jennifer Connelly.
You're not a Southern gentleman, are you?
You remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript pages.
Page 12 of the document. Sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they can bring up his testimony under oath in the UK. What they can't do is suggest that the other court found against him. Therefore, this case needs to be decided in a similar way.
And
12 of the document, you said.
yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But these are still statements that he made under penalty of perjury.
On the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would of course give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for.
Oh, you're a drug dealer. That's
give him
not,
a Xanax.
not
Answer.
Southern gentlemanly
Yes.
of you.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
You shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
I wouldn't call it an enjoyment.
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't.
Rest the whole thing. I think he was the head priest in Game of Thrones.
Drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times.
And
Oh, am I thinking of the wrong guy?
Bird was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to, can you pull up Exhibit 178?
Okay, then not her perception.
Defendant's 178? Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
So I'm curious if he's going to bring back that Southern gentleman thing. Whoa.
Mr.
Sizzler.
Depp,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach this?
Oh my God, there's so many people in this courtroom.
They must see where he's going with whatever.
The chick in the green
question
sweater.
is here.
I really like that sweater.
There it is. I see you guys. I see Sim Squad in the chat. They found her. They found her. Watch out. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna again trying to keep up on these super chats. Gino Fast says, does this case really boil down to the 2 sentences the defense was talking about yesterday? I believe the defamation was an extension of abuse to hurt him. I think so too. And it'll be up to the jury, but the technical aspect of the case, technically speaking, they sued over the statements in the Washington Post article, and it's reduced to those 2 sentences. But again, it's Johnny Depp's lawyer's job to impute all of the meaning of all of the other lies of Amber Heard, and exactly what you said, impute this continuation of abuse into this. She was trying to destroy him. These statements, the prior statements, all of this stuff is baked into this article, and it's to elevate her at his expense, taking him down, destroying him with lies. That's their job. Now, will it work? We'll see. It depends on the jury. You might have a jury who says yes. You might have a jury who says no way. This isn't about that. We care about the letter of the law. Heel versus Babyface. What's up? As says green dress woman versus hot cop from Rittenhouse case. Who wins? Oh no. Officer Bay versus green dress. Look, I'd say green dress woman first. Jennifer Lamp says, thanks for keeping me out of politics for 6 weeks. I thought I worked a lot, but you, sir, are more of a beast than Amber's turd. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
You ever hear Russell? She did finally fucking put on makeup.
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange
danger hair
you
behind
had
her,
with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted Defendant's Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We based off of Your Honor's ruling. All right. 178. With that.
Oh yeah, Greg McNeely.
Yeah, my hair
Welcome to
keeps falling
Ricado
off.
Law. Permanently and perpetually shadow banned on any subject I want to talk about.
Michelle,
It's
could you
just
please
how it goes.
the text at the top. In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, "Let's burn Amber," 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time,
Oh
June 11,
man, these are some
2013,
spicy texts.
Amber is your girlfriend, or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend.
Yep.
For sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, "Let's burn Amber," because the next text down, you can move down, blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, "Let's drown her before we burn her."
Oh my
3
God.
exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Why do they have these texts?
Yes, it's referring to the
and you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
From
stop
Mr.
when you
Bettany.
said, "Let's drown her before we burn her." After that, you made another comment, and I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today, but unfortunately,
Oh God, this is going to be
you're gonna see a lot of
great.
documents with language like this. After you said, "Let's drown her before we burn her," Mr. Depp, you said, "I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead."
Oh my God.
That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please?
See, very importantly, they're not going to ask him why. They won't ask him about context or anything like that. Because this is cross-examination. And his team, like, if they think that that's important, they'll need to handle that on redirect.
Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask to be redacted.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this on the exhibit list. That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
There wasn't an objection earlier. Well, there's one now. Just to the, you know, the daughter's text, which would also be hearsay and irrelevant.
And 245 in evidence with the redactions.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Let me just scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay.
Yes,
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text.
It is blown up.
On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany.
You zoomed in too far. Rookie mistake. Terrible.
You texted
PDF
Mr. Bettany,
management.
"I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. no food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas,
1,000 of
pills,
them.
2
Oh my
bottles
gosh,
of
that's
Champers
probably
on plane.
true.
And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck you got.
He's talking about her.
I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Read that again. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love.
It's so funny listening to how Johnny Depp texts.
He's talking about her.
That guy. But pills are fine. Did I read that
Chris
right?
Hall, thank you, super chat. Do you think he meant in the butt?
And when you said
I don't know, maybe. Johnny Depp seems pretty fucking crazy.
Starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the oxycodone, just before the detox on the island. Yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to.
Is Black Mass good?
Problem, right?
I've
yes.
never even heard of it.
Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle?
If I'm not mistaken, he's talking about her on that flight.
And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there's nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself.
Are they unable to highlight?
Almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop key tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
How embarrassing. Imagine having like all of this shit having to be read.
Michelle, can you please learn to highlight the line that I want you to highlight instead of the one below that doesn't make any sense to highlight?
Exhibit 325. Please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
May I have a look at the...
Of course.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick? Okay.
Russ Hall, thank you, Super Chat. Black Mass is a
I like the
monster
strategy
flick.
so far. Like normally, I do not like sidebar. I prefer speaking objections for the drama of it, so that we get to be included in everything. However, for Depp's team and Depp's strategy, the sidebar approach is better for them. I don't know what they're. I don't think they're going to outright object to whatever this is. Probably going to be admitted into evidence. But that being said, they're better when they approach. It gives them time to think, and it gives them a little time to have some back and forth without just having like, this is my statement, this is their statement. They should approach on more objections, in my opinion, just based on how they've been doing on those objections versus objections that are in open court. But by the way, I mean, what he's trying to establish here is that Johnny Depp wasn't a Southern gentleman, is not the perfect embodiment of a Southern gentleman, because he got into fights with Amber Heard, that he got drunk from time to time and things got rowdy. Notice the messages don't say he hit her. The messages don't say that he beat and abused her.
The court and Mr. Depp's counsel, Mr. Depp and CO.
So far, that could change, of course. Chase Asher says, remember that Amber is a narcissist and must always be the center of attention. God, I wish that were me. Joking. Those are jokes. Lancelot says, you did drugs.
We have no objection to the unredacted version.
You did drugs, so Amber was right to hurt you. There you go. That's kind of the theory.
Excuse me, sorry. I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page, we have no objection. This is the only page.
I believe this is the only page of the document, Your Honor. Right. Just one page.
Yellow Flash 2 says based depth. Hello, based depth Artman. I'm really curious about the context of the text message
about the large text,
burning her and drowning her and fucking her corpse or whatever. Like, what's the story there? Was he mad at her? Was it what dark humor was he going into? Was he serious?
Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Miss Heard, and I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with strength. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams. And
Mary McCheese saying we should be Jack Show on your channel tonight. You should invite Mary Mayhem on. It is on my channel tonight, and I have Drexel coming on.
It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life. Because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment. And that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you."
Okay.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Actually, didn't really see anything wrong with that text at all.
If you could please pull up Exhibit 153.
They had a fight, and he's apologizing for the fight and letting it.
Russell Hall, thank you for this review. Baldo, will we finally get a review? I believe so.
Too far does not imply violence.
I hope so.
In any way.
He's been in Vegas. He said he was getting back tonight, so he'd be able to hop on, and it wouldn't be on his phone; it'd be on his actual computer.
Never hit her. She's never hit me. I mean, unless we're actually. Well, we used to fight like jujitsu fight, which is fun. Hit each other then. That was a good time. But
we have a redacted version.
Not like
of this.
real
We'll
fights.
put up a fully unredacted right now.
Have any of you guys been in a real fight?
KH says, "Why are these texts important?"
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it. So
I know. Yeah, I know. We
understood. Just so you can see it first.
Why are these texts important? If you look at anyone's text for 10 years, everyone has angry rants. He's acting like Johnny was actually going to burn her, which is stupid. What do you expect from someone named Rottenborn? Again, that's why the redirect could be interesting. Like, I mean, if they come back and they say, "Hey, remember this text, Johnny? What was it about?"
I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
So I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in, so they're not all on the same chain.
No,
so what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
So,
and
Mad Calmark,
those are texts that you wrote.
The lady sitting
January
next to
17th,
Amber Heard is
correct.
even more crazy than Joe Biden.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine.
Bald Eagles and
We'll put
Lawyers
it-
will
we'll
be
put it up
joining
on the
me
screen
later,
when
I believe.
propose to, admit as an exhibit. Okay.
Tug appears to be streaming on his own channel today again, which is cool, by the way. I think he really wants to be covering the. My impression is that Tug really wants to be covering the testimony of Johnny Depp. I mean, he's been following this thing forever. Mike the Dad Crosby says, I'm clipping that admission, Nick. I'd hit her then. No crossing the line now. I've got the dirt. That's how this shit works, right? Take everything out of context. You got to wait 10 years before you bring it up, though. So then I don't even remember
Can you blow
saying
up the text boxes, please? On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following. For the idiot cow, 3 exclamation points. Next text. Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry. Apologies again to the court.
Oh,
Jury for this language.
I'm so sorry. This guy says
closed by
cunt all the
saying,
time.
did that worthless hooker arrive? Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down, please.
Okay. Were those about Amber Heard?
We talked a little bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right?
Gonna get the camera back here?
And I believe that you testified that it was
Oh no, the
word that
camera's
she
gone.
clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. You remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, is Miss Heard's way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster became.
Oh, there we go.
It represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word, if you would.
But actually, the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Miss Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which, again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that if she stuck with tried and true, I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but
you'd have to accept
it came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's probable that I might have used that word, certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact,
Right.
Elton John was one of
it
your
was you.
friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. Correct?
Elton
People up into the
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was. We'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober, So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years.
Mr. Depp, I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message out.
I really don't want to hear your explanations, Mr. Depp.
Oh, she looks so pissed.
I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
I don't feel like I'm wasting anyone's time.
Could you pull up into the?
See, it's this stuff that Johnny does that Rottenborn's refusing to engage with.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the
personalizes
text on this page.
So everybody's thinking that you asked a question about this text, and he's just talking about it.
Confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April.
Russell thinks plot twist Johnny Depp is the Incredible Hulk. That'd be cool.
Married to Amber, to your sister. You see that?
The last
text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted. Yes, Your Honor.
We object, Your Honor. We could approach it just very quickly.
There you go. Good. Go up and have those objections. Have them at the bench. Talk through them. Go back and forth a little bit. Mike B says, do you have a P.O. box? Wanted to mail you a book called Flushy I found on Amazon. It's a dark corporate satire I think you might enjoy. Yes, I do have a P.O. box. In fact, it is at the bottom of the description of every video. So if you go to the description here on YouTube, you'll find my P.O. box right there. Lancelot says, gasp, humans exaggerate and use words they wouldn't actually do, but lawyers aren't human, so I guess I understand his confusion. That's true. It's true. Lawyers aren't a people. Lawyers are definitely not a people.
Who is pissed? Oh, Amber. She looks super pissed.
Busy this weekend and will probably miss most of Johnny's testimony. Can you give a summary of his testimony and anything else interesting yesterday? I mean, I kind of did when we started up. I just gave an overview about it. So if you go back and watch the beginning, before the court is in session, that's what I did to fill the time. So certainly you can check there if you want. I should be doing more like recap videos, and I'm gonna try. It's just time. It's just having time to put them together.
To clarify, is sis in those texts? Is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right?
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney. Okay, so Amber's sister.
Yes, Amber's.
Okay.
Yes, I have a P.O. box, not a P.O. box. Correct. I self-identify as a vlogger and not a lawyer. No, I'm not a person either. And vloggers aren't people. Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, with those redactions, I asked for permission or to admit it to the 408.
No objection. All right, 408, that we do that.
Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015, yes, while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, maybe her sister, who testified. You said, I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
You should say, unfortunately.
427 under that.
Okay. Is he going to end this text segment session with, those aren't Southern gentlemanly texts, are they? Like, is that where this is going to go? Because that's going to be a big letdown to me.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention. Okay, is there another? I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom. Chat number 1616. See that? And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge. Okay. Okay, sure. Michelle?
Challer and Rainquest says we should burn Mr. Rottenborn. Look, I know where this is going, and I'm not going to be having sex with any lawyer's corpse.
No objection. With objection. 427 with objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's right.
He writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right? And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate.
Oh, this is so disingenuous.
All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. Love you, brother. JD.
So dishonest.
You did so.
You can't change what other people do or how other people act. You can only work on yourself.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445?
200 Watt Studio says, "Is the whole defense going to be innuendo texts, emails, letters to show Depp as angry, but nothing proving he was violent?"
That Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper.
How did they get all of Johnny's text messages?
2015.
Like, how come we haven't seen a single text from Amber? That's something I would bring up if I was a lawyer. I'd be like, if she's innocent, then why haven't we seen anything from her?
Move for the admission of redacted exhibit with that.
You know?
We're happy to redact the rest of it. 137. I'm sorry.
No objection to proper redaction.
We'll make the redactions right now and then publish that. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I just find that
You sent this text on June 28, 2015, and it said, can you blow up the text, Michelle, please? Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother. Baby.
Oh, so you mean the second that
Did I read
he
that
starts
right?
being her like compliant
And
slave?
Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she? There was something wrong. Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please?
Johnny Depp locks his child away. Child abuser. Calls child a monster. As bad as Halle Berry in that movie.
It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one.
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Miss Hurd, right?
Yes.
Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nile, right?
I am too, yes.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection. All right.
Please use Elmo voice for the rest of the streams. Oh, God.
Was it Elmo or Kermit?
No.
I can't even do it today.
Elmo.
Later in the day, maybe. I still got half of my just barely awake voice.
4:35 minutes.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow up that text, Michelle, please.
Talk about the Green Lady's racking.
You texted Mr. Deuters.
Come on.
Need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
That's so she does, yes.
And Miss Hurd wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Pull up Exhibit 196, please.
So the question, of course, will be, lawyers do this sometimes. They make a big deal out of kind of common vernacular. Like, did you really mean you were planning to shoot? You meant you were planning to shoot someone, didn't you? But like the jury knows.
This is on page 2, please.
Like the jury's like, yeah, I went to the store and I asked for a ribeye and the guy tried to hand me a strip steak. I wanted to shoot that asshole. Like, you didn't actually mean you were going to grab a gun and shoot the guy, right?
Yeah. So it's, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted.
Of course.
Rosal, thank you for that. You know what I like about Elmo? He's potty trained. That is true.
I'd like to reserve the right to.
Then we'll call
To
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A and everything.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. See that?
Yes, sir.
The Peruvian
Highlighting
period
is
is a
weird.
reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Like that bitch didn't say take cocaine too.
Let's go to Exhibit 293.
Oh. You can think of the lunacy of this approach, and this is a common lawyer thing, right? Well, we want to show all these texts. These texts are to different people. They're months or years apart. They're not in a particular order. They're not crafting a narrative. It's just these
Mr. Depp, I'd
sound
like to
bites.
direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. See that?
The last one.
Yes.
Is it? Yes, I see.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Your Honor,
wow.
I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1. Okay.
Consistent.
I forgot what you had said.
No objection. All right, 293A, we'll get the redactions done.
Mike the Dad Crosby says, great. So this is all proving that Johnny Depp took Amber's demons and changed it to monster and ran with the verbiage. Good job. Yeah, I mean, the question you all have to ask is how effective this is with the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the jury going, oh my,
And
every
in
time?
this text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, I am going to, quite gracefully, glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow?
How do they get all of Johnny Depp's freaking text messages?
Or perhaps it's MDMA at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The shatter. Did I read that right? And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct? It is. You take that down, Michelle.
Again, okay, so he's talking to someone who isn't Amber
You
Heard
agree that
about
you
not
found
Amber
drugs and
Heard.
alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
Certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but I have, well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we drank together. We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson.
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Gosh dang it. There's a hair.
I love the little barbs that Johnny's dropping. He needs to keep it up, because even if it doesn't rattle Rottenborn, It's human.
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes.
Yes, you got it? And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I'm not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer. At times, yes. Question. Despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer. Yes.
Okay. At times, but not every time, not all the time. Oh boy. They would do this for you even though it was illegal? Yeah. That's the nature of drugs, baby. Muna Yoshimi says Amber suddenly needs reading glasses. Almost 10 days in, she never used them until Johnny did.
Before, Mr.
Weird.
Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, and it's quite a composition. The composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No objection, Your Honor. 85.
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013.
Would you agree that's an illegal copy of Keith Richards' Robbed Blind?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger. He was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But that was the whiskey that's on the table was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
Not in the mornings. You can only drink whiskey in the evening.
And that cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, and that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones.
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
No,
You don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that says property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
the box is a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it fits some cocaine.
You carried cocaine in there, didn't you? No.
experience, normally given in plastic bags, when you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you walking down the street. So
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
You had a special box for cocaine, didn't you? No, I just got it in bags like everybody else, you weirdo.
That's page 9 of the document.
once. I'm having trouble finding 2.
Oh, that's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry, my apologies.
Oh.
We're moving into another day now. Your Honor, permission to approach? Okay.
Uncle Andy, let's see, Uncle Andy Stone says to loosely quote Count Dankula when it comes to Rottenborn using all these random texts, context doesn't matter. Golden text doesn't matter. I can't do it, Dankula.
And I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
Yes, I see it. It's 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there's a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of J.
Oh no.
JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That I suggest this is a question. That I suggest is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you have. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Now he's a liar. The liar, Johnny Depp.
Because a drug addict forgot about their cocaine box. Oh.
How did the stream glitch out there? That was nice.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry. Did you read that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again, Roman?
Do you remember that? I believe it was March 2013. You should know better than I do.
That seems about.
And you see there's a Keith Richards CD, looks like above that cosmetic case.
Perfectly placed. Yes.
Yep. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. You remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me.
You were using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning, and as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay, you just said that you were late, though, correct?
Oh, I was
just
late.
okay.
Yes.
All right,
and due to the argument, of course.
Sure. I'd like to shift gears a little bit now.
Who was she cheating on him with? He should have mentioned that.
She was.
You should have said that. You should have said, yeah, that bitch was fucking like Elon Musk or something. Come on, Johnny.
I love the cocaine. I love the cocaine.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit
Stupid buck cherry.
152?
James P says, at what point does reading all the text referencing monster become cumulative? I mean, maybe, but all they're proving is that he used monster in his. I mean, who cares?
Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. You see that?
Yes, go from July to September.
Right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection.
Isn't 100% of Rottenborn questioning considered prejudicial? Well, yeah, I mean, all evidence against someone is prejudicial. That's the point of it being introduced. The question is whether its probative value outweighs its prejudicial impact. That's the rule of evidence. So if it is better at making a fact more or less likely to be true than it is prejudicial, then it comes in. And that scale tips heavily towards probative value. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to have any evidence against anybody ever. So, but yes, it's all prejudicial. Correct. Correct. Let's see. Sean Perry says, it's like a CNN edited narrative to make Johnny look worse than he is. Yeah. And the question is, does the jury see this? Does the jury see through this? And I think they do.
I need to pee.
I absolutely think they do.
Might have to go run in.
Kenosha Kid says, well, one thing that I've learned
go
from
to
this
the
trial, Johnny
restroom.
Depp is a terrible actor. He literally just plays himself in everything. His lines are delivered a little more smoothly in film. Lifix says cocaine is the best with whiskey turd on this guy. Art says Amber's team seem all over the place, like they can't get a timeline correct. They don't want a timeline. That's a misunderstanding. A timeline.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go pee. I'm gonna run inside.
Would show
Go pee. Be right back.
what we all know to be true about someone in recovery, someone in a tumultuous relationship. It goes like this, right? It's like a sine wave. You're going to have times of euphoria and elation. You're going to have good times. And you're going to have some shitty days, some bad times. They don't want a timeline because then they'd have to construct out those good times. And they don't want to focus on that. More viewers than all of CNN Plus. Good. Which cross was worse, Rottenborn versus Depp or Binger versus Rittenhouse? Rottenborn's doing an okay. I mean, he's doing his job on Cross. It's not like this isn't bad for them. I just don't think it's that effective. Oh, Simpery's over, guys. The green shirt, she put a jacket on. She was tired of the toxic male gaze. I'm just making that up. I don't think she's watching. I don't think she has any idea. What's going on here, guys? We want to go ahead and move this along. Ask a question there, Ruttenborn.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Oh, okay. There we go. I guess they were just reading it.
What did I miss?
Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Duders. One from you to him and one from him to you. See that? Midway through the page? Yep. And Shelton, blow those up, please.
Time for details.
All right, are we going to get some reefer madness today? That'll be great.
In those text messages, you write to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did too.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Devastating.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012. So just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct.
Let's pull up exhibit 145, please.
Welcome to the DUI guy. How's it going, man?
What's up, Chad? What's up, Ricada?
Just watching the cross-examination of Johnny Depp here.
Did it just get started?
Started about an hour ago.
Nice.
We should be coming up on the morning break probably in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Right on.
By the way, guys, I just dropped the DUI guy's link in the channel description. Make sure you go check him out. If you want to see a guy who's actually really good at cross-examination, go check him out.
To and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first 2. And then the just those first 2.
We have no objection to the omission without the redactions. Okay, those first 2.
And then move for the admission of that document and redacted.
All right. James P. says, Rottenborn living up to his last name. His father must be proud. Yeah, this lawyer's name is David Rottenborn, which I think is kind of an unfortunate name.
Very unfortunate name. But you know, he's representing celebrities, so what do we have to say, right?
True. Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
At 1:45, evidence of redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." He texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug." See that?
Yes, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Sounds like a Trump text. I got lots of reefers, many reefers, some cookies
take
too,
that
but
down.
pot is weird, a little bit weird.
If you could
Terrific
please pull up-
reefers, the best reefers, wonderful, really.
Your accent is on point there.
1089. 1089.
The notorious spouse beating drug of weed. That's good. This is damning. KH says, question, how can anyone be a witness to anything that happened like 10 years ago? I can barely remember what happened
Mr. Depp,
yesterday,
I'd
Law.
like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir, that is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of
Oh, I
marijuana.
thought he was gonna go the Maryland Man
Coffee
route.
cup that's right next to that. That's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitive Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of exhibit.
I can't wait to see a lot of
defendant's
weed.
Exhibit 1089.
Be exciting.
I don't understand what the point of this is. I thought they were trying to link him up to like Marilyn Manson. You are best buds, and he's a scumbag, and so you're just like him, kind of feel. I don't know.
That's a
So
lot
this-
of weed.
This picture of these
Holy
14
shit!
bags of pot, at least,
Pretty good amount of weed.
Oh my god.
Was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
They get weed in California. Like, who cares?
Right on the
Sure, the break would be fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Release.
There's a couple pounds of marijuana. made that coffee tumbler look a little bit small.
That's the truth.
Yeah, KH continues, says, it seems like it would be better to just use the actual evidence to make a decision. Well, I mean, testimony about what people remember is actual evidence, but the reason they have to ask
I'll take 11:33, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
if they remember something like a text message or whatever, they have to lay foundation that it's true. Like they have to be able to introduce that thing as something that can be relied on as accurate. So to get to that evidence, they have to get to the memory. But you know, you'd be surprised what you remember from 10 years ago if it's your life. But I do think it's kind of funny. Like, do you remember this? And it's like a text he sent while on a drug bender. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd remember that, frankly. It seems like I might have been out of sorts at the time. Let's see. Tyler Durden says smoking bud is probably the only way the dude could handle the harassment from Heard. I mean, yeah, that's certainly gonna that certainly could be part of their the defense, or I guess his strategy, the way to defend his drug use. But he said that he used drugs to numb the pain of his youth, the harassment he suffered from his mom, the abuse, the beatings, and that's not an uncommon story. I didn't use drugs to party. I used drugs to get to some level of normalcy and functionality.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, J.K. the Slacker says, R.E. Rottenborn, quote, we changed it in the 9th century. Used to be shithouse. Oh, yes, his last name. There you go. That's a good Monty Python joke. Oh, man, it took me a minute. So how are you doing today, man?
Pretty good. Just getting some work done and hopping on in here. I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, again, this is one of the things that you do really well, which is cross-examine people, and that's what's going on with some of the biggest testimony in the case. Of course, will be Johnny Depp's cross-examination. Amber Heard's examination and cross-examination will be the big moments. And so far, I'm a little underwhelmed. Yesterday, they started cross yesterday, actually, for 15 minutes, right at the end of court, which Rottenborn was dumb. The judge basically gave him an out, said you could start it all today. And he's like, well, you know, I mean, if the court wants, I could start right now. And she said, yeah. And then it was like, oh, well, I guess I'll start right now then. Thanks. It's just, I think you should have taken the out and started today. But he started off getting into the technical elements of defamation, which is, you know, that's this idea that he's suing over these specific words. He's not able to sue over these other things and stuff like that, and testing his language. But then today, he's really just been going into his drug use. It's like we know Johnny Depp uses drugs. Like, that's not a surprise. It's not a secret. So I'm not sure what his angle is on trying to show all of the drug use. It's been testified to pretty extensively already.
See, I kind of alluded to this when I heard it. I thought, you remember the whole Marilyn Manson and his ex.
Yeah, that lawsuit's coming.
That if it's not already here, right? That whole thing, Marilyn Manson, I feel based on what I've seen and heard, which is next to nothing really, because I don't have my hands on any evidence. Obviously, I'm not in that case. Seems like Marilyn Manson was more than likely in the wrong in that relationship based on the stuff that is available to us. So I thought by virtue of dropping his name at the very least, they're trying to make these two look like two peas in a pod, maybe. And so now Johnny Depp will no longer be seen as Jack Sparrow, innocent extraordinaire. He is going to be seen as this friend of Marilyn Manson, who is, okay, so these two are buddies. That tells me everything I need to know about Johnny. Maybe I thought that's what the direction was initially. Now, I don't know if they're going to choose to go that at a later point, but when they showed the weed, I literally looked at it and went, and?
Yeah.
Because weed is just such a stimulating drug, and I believe it's nicknamed the wife beater drug, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, everybody I know who's ever done weed, even unmarried people, they get married and then beat a wife and then they get divorced before the high wears off. That's actually, I mean, it's that potent.
That's what I've heard too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they hit his cocaine use, his ecstasy use, his various pills that he went to. He had detox for, and he had a private doctor to help him with the detox and all that. But again, all of this stuff is sure he used drugs, but did he beat this lady? It's like that lots of drug users don't beat their spouses. They just depends on the person. So this has seemed kind of weak today. I do think there were some interesting moments early on. Let me read this text that they that Johnny Depp wrote to someone else while filming. I think it was while filming Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This text was a little bit much.
That's a phenomenal movie, by the way, for those of you in the chat who have not seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, really? Oh, you have to check it out. It is, we'll have to talk off screen, because I have to tell you a little bit about the movie that I can share publicly.
Sounds good. We'll have to do that. So this is a text from Johnny Depp to Paul Bettany. First, he says, "Let's burn Amber." And then Paul Bettany replied something back. And then Johnny Depp said, "Actually, let's drown Amber before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." So that was kind of
wow.
This is before they were married even.
Yeah, I mean, Fear and Loathing, I think, when was that shot? 2009? 2010? I can't remember.
It was quite a while.
That's messed up. But my first thought is, what kind of drugs was Johnny on when he wrote that? Because that's not a sober Johnny text, that's for sure.
Well, and the second is, what's the context, right? Because
that too. We don't know the context. It's just literally taken out and okay. Well, hold on. They're actors. They're also jokesters, and they're practical jokes. Maybe she was in that group text when that was sent. I mean, I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. If it was filmed in the night, it must not have been during the filming of Fear and Loathing. Yeah.
Fear and Loathing I thought was like an older movie, but I know their relationship started in 2008, so I'm kind of thinking.
Let's see. Here we go. Grammy B in North Carolina says, "I thought Rekieta was an objective attorney. If he's an attorney, he's extremely naive and biased." Let me humbly suggest that you will not find very many objective attorneys. We're actually trained not to be objective. We're trained to be subjective, specifically in favor of a client. That's our job. The objectivity is sort of useful for analysis of an opposing argument, but typically speaking, attorneys are advocates for something or someone. So That's kind of a misnomer that I've run into over the past 4 years on YouTube. It's like, you're not very objective. Like, I never claimed to be. I give you my opinion on where I think things are going. Now, I have no personal investment in if Johnny Depp wins or loses. I think, from what I've seen, that Johnny Depp is maybe being railroaded here. And I saw a man's career destroyed by some statements and stuff and some accusations, and coming up in a time where there was a movement kind of around that sort of destruction of people using accusations, and some of them were valid and some of them weren't. So we'll get to see how it shakes out, though. But he gets to have his day in court. This is the first time in 6 years this man's gotten to tell his side of the story, and I think that's a remarkable thing. So far, I'm not finding much from Amber Heard's side to support this, but it's defamation. It's a hard case. It's a hard case to win. But for him, I think winning is telling the story. That's a big part of it. Just being
And he's so like lucky he
society
didn't have
didn't let
kids
him
with
say
this woman.
anything for, like, again, for 6 years. He was just the scumbag abuser. But then he's over there in the corner saying, actually, I didn't hit her. So yeah, but objectivity from lawyers, yeah, I'll always tell you my biases and very open about it. But I don't claim to be objective ever. That's because people who claim to be objective are lying most of the time. If they're on media or whatever, they're usually lying. Frankly,
There's a strong to appeal to a larger portion of the population by being on both sides of the spectrum. They don't want to lose the half that will disagree with them, basically.
Right. And I just find honesty about your biases to be more useful, because like you can know that, like, right now, based on what I've seen, I'm biased in favor of Johnny Depp so far. It's the case in chief. I should be. Like that's how it should go. And that could change, certainly. Like if they've got video of him beating Amber Heard, I mean, well, that kind of seals the deal. But I'm not aware of any of that, and we're pretty familiar with most of the evidence that's going to be introduced into this case. It's available publicly. I mean, this has been an ongoing issue. There's already been a trial around this that had much of the same evidence. So outside of some really surprising thing, you know, I'm on Team Johnny Depp, but you can use that information to lens my commentary and say, okay, well, this guy, but he's kind of in favor of Johnny Depp on this, so maybe that's influencing his thoughts. And sure, of course it is. That's the way it works. But I'll always be honest with people about my biases, because I don't see why you wouldn't. Other than what you were saying, like if people are trying to appeal to a broad audience. But again, I think honesty is as, in my experience, it's as appealing as just as trying to pretend to objectivity.
I agree.
Sean W says weed doesn't spoil, so you can stock up. Having a bunch of weed could just be his version of shopping at Costco. Weed molds. If you get some moisture in there, it can mold. Yeah.
Plus, doesn't it get stale unless it's like vacuum sealed? Doesn't it like start getting stale and lose? I don't know if it loses its potency, but it turns brownish. And
yeah, I think it like doesn't. Well, so my knowledge of marijuana is not extensive. I'm not I have used weed, but not heavily, and I'm not a user of marijuana in general. So, but my understanding of it is that you need to keep it somewhat moist, because if it dries out, it like burns to ash rather than producing smoke. Similar to, you know, like if you want smoke from a smoker, you would soak the wood chips. You need moisture to create that smoke and prevent the burning and charring of the substance. So that's my understanding. Just ask the chat. Yeah, you guys probably know way more than me about it, you degenerate drug users. That's yeah.
freeze it.
But that's where that is. Yeah, can you? I never even thought of it. You probably can, I would guess.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
I mean, people I know that have like kept weed long term, they do stuff like they, make it into a weed butter or something to use for cooking edibles or stuff like that. If they've got like a lot of weed, that's how they convert it, is my understanding.
Because we know this testimony or the cross-examination.
What?
Oh.
So you were dealing these drugs, weren't you, Johnny? Like, he doesn't need to do that for profitability. He's got other avenues of income. So I'm curious to see where they're going to take it, honestly, and what the goal is, because the key in cross-examination, and I'll share this. If you, in the chat, if you have not seen my cross-examinations, absolutely pop over to my channel and see how a proper cross-examination is supposed to be done, because there is absolutely 100 different ways to do an incorrect, wrong, bad cross-examination. And that is, let's ask everything under the sun. Let's just see what happens, what kind of answers we may or may not get. That is, it accomplishes, not only does it not accomplish anything, you're actually accomplishing things to your detriment, because you're putting and lulling your jurors to sleep on stuff that does not matter, on the hopes that you may be on this fishing expedition to be able to get some sort of information from the witness. But the problem is, you want to get in and get out as quickly as possible and just hit the highlights, hit the most important things that matter to your case. See, people are like, but the witness is right there. Like, I get to ask them anything I want and they can't go anywhere. They get into this mentality of like, it's almost like, well, I have the chocolate bar. Why do I have to share it with all my friends? Kind of mentality. Like, I have it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to eat it all. I'm going to eat as much of it before anybody asks for a piece. And you can't get that mentality with a witness on cross-examination, especially if you want to have a strong case. You want to hit the biggest points. It's just like stand-up comedy. You have to start strong, you have to finish strong, and you have to have a middle that is at least chewable, because they're going to forget the middle. They're only going to remember, primacy and recency. Those, just, you're giving a speech, basically. Just elements of comedy, elements of speech, public speaking, they're all prevalent in a one cross-examination session. And it doesn't matter if it's going to be 1 hour or 1 day or 1 week, but you have to only focus on the stuff that is important to your case. Otherwise, you risk losing the jury on stuff that is absolutely irrelevant for your case. And they're just going to go, and when they start doing that, you're losing them. And even when you start hitting the high points, they're going to go, oh, is this important? I don't know. You haven't given me any guidance. You've been asking everything under the sun.
And the other issue or trap I think people fall into is, well, so in this case, Johnny Depp was on direct for about 10 hours total.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they are like, well, I mean, they had him for 10 hours. We probably need to do 10 hours across, or, whatever. You don't, though. You really don't need to do that. And I agree with what you're saying. Primacy and recency, or whatever. I think that's right.
Primacy and recency. What you say first and the most recent is going to be the most remembered.
Right. So you're going to have this. You're just expanding the gap in the middle of stuff that's kind of just chewy and unimportant. It's the chaff. And why? Why are you going to spend a lot of time on it? Honestly, I don't know why we're spending all of this time on Johnny Depp's drug use. He's testified to it. You already have it for your closing argument that he was a heavy user of drugs over a long period of time, that he struggled, that he was on and off the wagon. That's really what you're like trying to get out of this. Like, oh, you used weed with Marilyn Manson. Yeah. Some of the jury might be going, cool.
That's even worse for you on cross as the defense attorney on the other side.
Yeah, and the on this one,
earlier, would you rather have Amber Heard for a mom or one dry tongue lashing of Gates McFadden? Amber Heard is a mom because I'd be rich.
Encouraging partner was Elton frickin' John, right?
Yep.
Can you smoke the bud tonight?
Gloria.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so I'm curious to see where this guy goes with this. They have this dilemma that this case is really about these two sentences in this article, and they've said that, but they keep making the case about his drug use, about this purported abuse, this tumultuous relationship, and I almost feel like they should. I don't think it's the best strategy, but it seems to be their main strategy is to focus on just specifically the elements of defamation. That's what they did yesterday, and it was I thought pretty effective. I don't know if the jury's going to buy it, but I don't think they're going to win on the facts of the abuse. This seems like it's at worst a back and forth relationship, not one-sided or particularly abusive, and that's at worst. Or at best for the defense, at worst for Johnny Depp. At best, Amber was the abuser in this relationship.
That's what it's starting to seem like, based on everything that I've heard. And I'm up as can be.
I've heard the jury said earlier in the trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life.
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth.
Since your youth. Sorry. Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister's not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the drug dependency or whatever. She has been a concerned sister in every way, that even having to do with the relationships that I was in, she was quite worried about.
Right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking let's do it this way in your testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
Johnny's been needling him a couple times with comments like where you'd want me to go or the way you'd see it and stuff like that. And it's I find it pretty endearing.
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document.
And Mark, he's not falling for whatever trap he's trying to set. He's recrossing his crosser.
Yep. At one point he said, yes, I had staff, but they're not the yes men that you'd like them to be. Like,
As evidenced by the testimony of my security guard, C day 1 and 2.
79, that was.
Yes, sir. And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great. On page, or it's on line 11, page 279, you were asked a question. Question, did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer, my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Paradis, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
That's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that
Let's-
heavily.
We
I
can,
mean,
let's turn to the UK.
it's
116,
definition
please.
what you define as heavily.
Were you there?
Let's just look at what you said before. Let's go to page 116 of the UK transcript.
Johnny is great.
This will be in day 1.
But I think the downside of Johnny doing this little on guard back and forth is that he's already locked in testimony from the UK trial. And
Yeah.
if he said something that he just, I mean, how can you remember so many days of testimony that happened months ago? And now you're being like, the lawyer is equipped to
116.
impeach him on everything he
Yeah,
says now.
116.
Yeah. The question will be the value
Down
of
on
the
the
impeachment
117.
versus the charm. Like
Um,
that's the risk.
Yep.
On 116,
I think he's trying to get under the lawyer's skin.
line
Though.
18.
I think
Question
he
is,
actually
I think one of the
really
problems in that
dislikes this guy.
relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer. I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question. Am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer. I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Again, you can abuse alcohol without quote unquote drinking.
There was a
heavily,
time in the
too.
early
Like that-
stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was, there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my, about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Mrs. Williams was like.
I've seen this step.
Sure. You understood that Miss Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
All right.
From the very beginning,
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
no,
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182.
She's an alcoholic drug user. Like it's
are we day 2 now? Or is it?
No, sorry. This is an exhibit.
Oh.
trying to paint her as like this person who was supporting his sobriety. Like while he was in recovery, she was
This is an
doing drugs
email,
and drinking in front of him.
From exchange from you,
He asked her to stop, and she said no.
between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Okay.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
Yes, Your Honor, there is some email addresses in here, and I could ask that the portions that are not Mr. Deck's also be provided as well.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so no objection with those redactions, is that correct? Okay.
Oh, she
Do they make those
smiled.
redactions like in court, like live?
Yeah. The judge kind of chided them because early on it was like, we'll get the redacted stuff. And then like the next day she's like, you owe me like 5 redacted documents. So they've been doing them on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
McFly.
They need to have like these. I don't know how much Johnny Well, it's a civil case. I don't know. Do they get? I wonder if it's a mixed contingency flat fee agreement, or if they're actually working
I
on
believe that covers the redactions, Your Honor.
I think on a case like this, it would be a mix.
course.
It has to be. Yeah, it's just so much work involved.
Yeah.
So use that money to hire another person to be in the courtroom with you to do the redactions. That's what I would do. I don't understand why.
Well, I mean, he's got 5 lawyers on his bench. She's got 4 lawyers on hers, and I think they each have assistants and their lawyers behind them. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Objection would be part of the action.
All right, 92 evidence.
But also, a lot of this stuff should have just been worked out already.
So this is an email that you sent to Elton John, July.
I agree and I disagree because it's so hard to know.
Third paragraph up from the bottom.
But stuff like that, I agree. It's too simple. You need to know ahead of time what's going to be redacted anyway.
Well, the stuff with phone numbers, like
in that
obviously,
paragraph, you write, on the other side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent. I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And the
You're a good reader.
referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt. You were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
Tight down.
at that point. Things as they would.
Can you pull up Exhibit 214, please? Defendant's exhibit.
Do I detect a little smirk on Amber's face? Did you see that?
no, I looked away right when it happened, of course.
She almost had like a little hidden smirk. She was trying to suppress it.
This exhibit.
Maybe she's been
What
listening to me. I said
I'm
she
gonna
should
ask
smile
about the
more.
Top 3 messages, the messages to and from your daughter Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014. Correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications. We object to the admission of any communications from his daughter. Hearsay.
First of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
I'm trying to upload this now
So there
onto
you
my
go. Good hearsay objection. This
Instagram.
is from the daughter. If you want her, call her into court. I think his daughter's, a legal adult at this point.
She is. She's like 23, Nick.
But yeah, the objection game in this trial has been of varying quality. I think Depp's lawyers are doing better today, but the past several days they've been very, very weak on objections. They've not been asserting their reasons for objections or their defenses against them very well, and the judge has been ruling against them quite a bit. Amber Heard's team has been better at handling them, but today they're doing much better. And not suggesting they watch the show and defer to my wisdom, but yesterday I did say they should be going to sidebar on their objections all the time because they do better at it there, and they have almost every objection gone to sidebar today. So I'll take credit for that. You're welcome, chat. I'll invoice them as of counsel.
You understood that the last few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
May I have the question one more time, please?
You're aware that, sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth of what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware that of my question. That there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating circumstances.
Without objection, I'll overrule that objection.
You're also aware that there was a perception, and you were made aware that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection, hearsay, no.
That's what his understanding is.
I'll sustain objection.
Very brief.
You
period.
don't have to answer that question. I sustain the
I'm
objection.
sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
You're aware of the lengths that Miss Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
I'm gonna run
Okay.
over to where my whatchamacallit is, my modem, so that way this will upload faster. So I won't be here for a minute. I'm gonna leave the stream up. I'm gonna go stand next to my router and also grab like a little snack. So I will be back in a minute or so.
6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds. I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been 839. The defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that?
I don't know. Assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurt, then we have no objection.
All right.
Thank you.
No objection to it being evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it.
That's exactly right.
All right.
Yep.
839.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury.
Okay. Assuming no objections. Fine. Go ahead.
Small piece of you vomited after a mess of yourself snoring. I thought you choked on your own vomit, which is very likely. Yes, very likely.
Vomit a lot?
Yes. Hmm? Yes, you do vomit a lot. Do you sleep? Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
Okay. Is that before or after she chopped off his finger and put a cigarette out on his face?
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
He didn't even ask a single question? You play a recording, leave it out in the open for interpretation, and then, come on. That's rule number 1 of cross-examination is follow up on whatever you just showed and justify why you showed it.
He just had his lead-up question, which was, are you aware of the extent of basically of care Amber gave you while you were under the influence of drugs and alcohol?
Yeah, and where was that in the recording?
Yeah, she just complained about him vomiting, which I would too. I mean, that's gross. I might have to call EMS
Mr.
if you
Depp, do you
vomit in your
recognize
sleep.
this?
Well, did she though?
Bring a picture of you.
Yes,
That's
Miss
potential
Heard
care.
kindly showed it to me the day after she took the case.
This picture, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish on it.
You have no objection, Your Honor.
We're gonna see Johnny like laying in a puddle of vomit. What is? That's not vomit on
This is
his
a picture
lap.
of you on a black leather couch,
Applesauce?
passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What does that?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry,
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
in Boston, and that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Miss Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, My right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the festival of ice cream. I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen, I fell asleep when it dropped, and that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I don't know why she took it.
Well, so it's Miss Heard's fault that that picture was taken. Is that what you're saying?
She literally took it. So yes,
She snapped it.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
so it's the photographer's fault that the picture
you
was taken.
testified that was
Yes.
kind of the last film that you did
Technology.
when you were
I'm
you
back.
were taking opiates, right?
Before the
I was digging through my pantry
And you testified yesterday.
to try to find my raisins. I found them.
You don't
They were
take
hiding.
opiates to get high, right?
And it's uploaded.
You testified to that on a couple different occasions,
Let
correct?
me get this pulled up.
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If
Ooh, what just
I
happened?
doubled the dose, then I would
did something.
most assuredly be ready for sleep. That's not a blackout.
So this is my
that's-
art
Sure.
Instagram
So if you
account.
if you double the dose, you'd be ready for
I
sleep.
upload all of my
It's when you get
paintings if you want to see
high,
them
other drugs would,
and
correct?
go
Well,
see all the
high
eyes I've
is-
painted.
There's
You missed the ice cream?
a,
Oh, Peaches has this
Extreme
on inside,
downer.
so I heard it.
it
Kinda. I
That's
missed like
its
some
job.
of the
Right,
contents.
and for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or 2 days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I
Here's
took
the
pills
eye I
to
just
get
painted.
high. I took the pills to
Thank
be
you.
normal, to stay normal,
Okay,
so that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please.
What number did you say? So,
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
But I also believe that I said that I asked Nurse, or I told Nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took because I always wanted to have one or two in my pocket just in case the kick started.
If you could take a look at the text at the top of that page.
Yes.
It's a text exchange between you and Erin Borum. Erin Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipler's nurses, right?
Yes.
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in.
If you guys have
August and September
Instagram,
2016. correct?
go like this and give it a comment. Here you guys go and share it. It'll help.
Yes, it's, which one are we looking at?
The
The
top
top.
three. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
Yes, August 30th. Yeah.
And, Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top three texts.
This shit's
Yes,
insane.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask the floor text message be included as well as contacts.
Sure,
And obviously the phone numbers redacted as well.
of course. Let's get that out.
Okay. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amber, I believed if I destroyed his hand and burnt his face, he would have more trouble drinking. I was trying to help him. Mirinamo 007 says, Nick, if you in the chat want to get a body language analysis, see Believing Bruce, who has a video breakdown of how Johnny and Amber were doing during Johnny's testimony.
You blow up that air text.
I'm taking a little break since I just painted this. I'm sitting here and eating my raisins.
You blew it up this text to Miss Forum after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the 3rd time in a row. You write, I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha. See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or two. Yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself.
One way of putting it.
Yes.
And you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said following quote, you know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms. You said that before, right?
It was
just a yes or no question. You said that before, right?
I said it as a joke,
and
yes.
You believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against the wall or punch the door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself.
We'll go to the next one.
You believe that that's
unique in that way.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was.
Can't make this one big.
It was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please.
Yeah, some people feel like if you punch a wall or a door or a couch or a pillow that you won't feel like you need to punch a person. They think that that's an objectively better outcome.
You scroll down. This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Oh, I see a ginger.
There's
a ginger in this courtroom, and she's wearing a mask. Oh my God, there's like
or that the bottom
a bunch of feminists behind Amber Heard.
And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote
They all have masks. They all look like SJWs.
There are hookers and animals in here. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Oh my God, a bunch of miserable women.
As long as the email address is already redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
Just redacting the email addresses.
Hangover Part 4 starring Johnny Depp.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that?
I said Hangover Part 4 starring Johnny Depp.
Yeah, there you go. Bald Eagle says, out of all the people I've seen on the stand, Depp has adjusted the best.
Let's make sure that that's the only email address.
One of them is hot.
And
she's not behind Johnny Depp. Oh, what's up, Jen? Long time no see.
And still sound non-aggressive. Good person to have on the stand.
For those jumping in,
Johnny Depp's a charismatic
I just finished
person,
painting or finished a painting, so I'm taking a little bit of a break.
Testimony. I think he's doing great.
I'll get up and can start the next painting in a minute.
Whether it'll turn out well for him remains to be seen. Whether the jury agrees.
The top of the first page, thanks.
No objection? Okay.
Do you mind if I read this, or are you going to read this to me?
We're gonna take a look at it.
All right, 143 is evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Duders, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-num? Not correct. And then you write, don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like, that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere. I read that right?
You did.
And you are
Probably
currently
literal. I'm guessing. That he's
in a
talking
lawsuit
about.
for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
You're
I
not
really
gonna
want hot
object to that?
Cheetos, but I knew that would get all over my hands.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection,
punching
Your
him
Honor,
twice in the
relevance
ribs.
and,
Did you see what he did there? He tried to like sneak it in after talking about the hotel room. Like, oh man.
Oh God, Johnny
I
Depp's
can't
lawyer
believe
is
they
terrible.
didn't
It's
object
terrible
the
too.
moment he said there is a lawsuit. I mean, that should have been objection. Prior acts evidence. I think that's 404, right?
Yep.
They should not have allowed him to testify to the nature of the lawsuit claims in his question. It's completely.
I hope the judge admonishes the jury. That's going to be such a blow to the defense right there if she does.
We'll see. I mean, that's completely improper. You punched a man on set is no bearing on whether or not he abused Miss Heard, or more appropriately, whether or not these statements were defamatory. That's completely unrelated here.
Yep.
Well, it does demonstrate that he has the knowledge, the technical knowledge of punching someone. So I guess maybe that's it. Right?
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit.
You already said them.
But other than this, the two bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
What a fucker. That was bullshit. I just wanted to ask you if your security guards were these guys during this.
Let me refresh.
Sure, yeah.
Why did I refresh? It's already up there. I'm in like drone mode.
To shift gears and talk
Okay.
about
Let's get back to painting. Had my raisins. Time to start another one.
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes.
Rocky Pennington, someone named Kelly Sue Milano, or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and you thought she was being affectionate for him. You agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just specified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
you remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. I'm terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly.
Will you be streaming from under your desk tonight? I hope not, Russell.
And was very affectionate girl.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber, and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
He's fighting with a girl.
I can't believe he's hating on the LGBTQ community like this. Johnny Depp is very, very bigoted.
I certainly did remove her hand from and that's the answer to your question.
Maybe he's trying to show jealousy and he maybe struck her or something like that as a result of him being jealous. I don't know. I'm trying to.
It's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you said it. So let's take a
Trying
look
to
at
find the string that he's creating, and it's so poorly created. I don't know. If I can't follow it, I can't imagine how this jury is dealing with all this stuff.
Yeah.
239, page 18.
Well, and again, the question is, if some random person sits down next to your wife and your wife or girlfriend is on drugs or something, and starts giving her the hands, right? Like gets handsy with her.
Reaction gonna be? Exactly.
Yeah, get the fuck off my girl! Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's normal. Like if you didn't do that, that's when I would be concerned.
Of course, the other issue would have been like if he didn't do that, they would have raised how he was just like a scummy man trying to
It's going to be
take advantage of her or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah.
You were just trying to get into a love triangle, weren't you?
You see,
would you agree that's called a three-way, sir?
Line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. You're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir?
Page 239, line 22.
22.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, it was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct? And Amber was unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You had an argument with Miss Heard, and you understood her to be upset with the way that you would handle that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Miss Heard, I was sorry. I mean, I was protecting Miss Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she takes.
And
go forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't know.
Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181.
Some of these incidents that they're bringing up again, I just
been admitted into evidence.
I don't understand.
I have a theory.
What's that?
They're trying to show that he is prone to have anger and he can snap at any moment.
Oh, you know what?
Unfortunately, they don't understand that they have to tie in to Amber because a lot of people just take their anger out on objects. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it. Better than the person's body or face or whatever. You know, you punch a pillow, you break something in the bathroom. So what?
Yeah.
The third text down. This is a text exchange from.
Again, it just seems out of touch to think that someone wouldn't be upset that someone's groping their significant other, and that their significant other's like, you shouldn't have been mad about that. Like,
on July 11th,
that might cause a fight in the average relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister Christy on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
I think Mr. What's his name? Rotten Bottom needs a reality check.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 181 with just those three texts.
It just seems like a very, sort of lawyerly thing where you make a big deal out of something that isn't a big deal. And normal people look at that and go, but that's not that big of a deal. Like, some guy on that jury is like, yeah, man, I punched the bed frame last week. I was pissed off.
Sorry. Can you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
James B says, care such as withholding meds while he was in withdrawal, like Nurse Ratched, Mr. Rottenborn? Come on, Johnny Depp, say it. Lancelot says he took her hand off, and that's not abuse or assault, nor is attacking objects. Attacking objects can be assault if the purpose of attacking the object is to convey a threat of imminent violence to the person, to put them in apprehension that they are going to be hit next. Like if I push someone, or if I have someone cornered and I punch the wall right next to their face to scare them and to make them think they're subject to physical violence, that can be assault, absolutely. But just like, or if you take something, you know, that is representative, again, doing something in a threatening or intimidating manner on purpose can be assaulting. But just, you're not establishing that here.
I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. You could blow that up, please, Michelle.
I think he just wants to put it in the jurors' minds, but I get it. But the object
just talked about this.
Its cross is not being accomplished.
If you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph, or the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours, and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey.
Pounded liquor, you dummy.
Person, and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right? If you go up, please, this is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me, she doesn't know what to do, loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit in her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right? You did. I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we talked about a little bit in the trial. Yes. The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury in the sequence of events. The night before the flight.
Isn't it crazy, like, hearing how Johnny Depp, like, texts?
And you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan, and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
God, I wish I could skip airports
and then all
private
of you
jets.
flew back to Los Angeles. That's good. And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to.
Let's go to page 293 of your UK transcript, please.
Sometimes I feel like the lawyer is like rushing. I'm like, dude, where are you late to? Like, give him a minute to answer. Maybe you're going to get something good. He's not even giving him a chance. That's another big no-no. Cross. Let them speak, because you'll never know what they're going to say, and they may stumble on their own. I don't know.
Did I say 290?
Johnny rambled a lot during direct. The storyteller, slow. And I think their strategy is to try and kick him off of that.
Did you have a heated discussion
but I don't think it's
on the
working.
telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure you are.
Okay. Day 2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
But women aren't
Page
property.
32,
She can do what
line
she
22.
wants.
Thank
Well,
you.
yeah. But he can also be
Line
annoyed
22.
at
Line
her
22
scheduling a
on
bunch of
page
stuff
32.
Yes.
Too many numbers.
to him. Like, we don't
Are you
know
there?
any of the context. Of
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay, so question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument.
He
Yeah.
said,
Yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
it was constant.
You consider that she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday,
I
correct?
did. Yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know what you're referring to.
Let's
Maybe
take a look
taken me
at
there.
yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
I bet you the jury hates that they keep.
Just too trigger happy, but let's see where he's going with this.
Based on his other
On page 37.
subjects, I would say not very far.
That's my hunch too.
350.
In watching some of these trials, I've seen stuff like this where the aim is to bury the jury in incidents, regardless of the quality or severity of the incident, if that makes sense. I think Rittenhouse had some of that, where it was just like they kept trying to add in all of this stuff, and it's like, but this stuff isn't that impactful. But they hoped that if the jury saw enough of something, they would determine there was something going on. And I think that's got to be a strategy. Just hit as many of these things as possible to try and build an image in the jury of this uncontrollable, raging drug and alcohol maniac who was a powder keg, right? At any time, and so Amber had to constantly be on defense. But I don't think they're doing it well. I mean, I can't figure out other than that what the strategy is, because they're not really impeaching him. And Johnny Depp, on his one of the first things he said was, "I am obsessed with the truth. I am a person who believes in the truth. I try to be truthful in all things. Truth, true, truth." They could be trying to impeach his credibility, impeach his character of truthfulness this whole time, and they're not going after that. But he opened the door certainly for them to do it, and
Mr. Depp, you have page 313.
you want to take that opportunity.
Can you just read? You can read to yourself the page 313, line 14, that starts with the word "were." Okay. And then read that question and answer.
Someone in the chat said Johnny ain't winning no $50 million. I agree. I don't think there's any way they're going to award a $50 million judgment, even if he wins. I just don't think that's within the realm of. I think the damages merit it, but I don't
Does
think
that
they'll award
refresh
it.
your recollection that you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles?
In these celebrity cases, Chad, you shoot for the moon and then you get what you get. That's basically how you work these cases.
Me being ill on the plane.
Sure. Okay. We'll get to the plane ride in a few minutes. Let's turn to
you started on the plane ride.
36, please.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it when I say we come back to it, Johnny.
Yellow Flash says, I don't think he cares about the money much, more for the win. I think I think the dollar amount, the $50 million suit, was for the headline. He wanted eyes on this thing. He's wanted eyes on this thing the whole time.
It's on the screen.
Oh, and I don't have a message. Excuse me.
These are text messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Yes, okay, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the identifiers redacted.
No objection, Your Honor. All right.
Can someone tell Nick to shout out to hit the like button? Yeah, guys, if you like the coverage, if you like the stream, please do.
Thank you.
It helps a lot.
Top email, please. And in this email to Amber, the day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place. Sorry, start over. Once again,
oh, you
I
didn't
find
read that one
myself
well.
in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Did I read that right?
You did.
And let's pull up Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
Is he trying to use illness as the illness of getting off the plane when he's clearly talking about his substance issues? I'm just...
Didn't it say Steve at the top? I didn't see. Was that Johnny's text?
Yeah, it was Johnny's. He has... so they have pet names for each other, Steve and Slim from some old movie.
Oh, okay. I must be.
Mr. Depp, I know that we've seen this before this morning, but your email that I just read to you from Miss Heard, or your text, was from May 25th, 2014. 5 days later, you text your good friend Paul Bettany, and you tell him that you had drank all night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had had no food for days, powders.
We already went through this text earlier.
Powders of cocaine, right?
Sure.
Okay. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane. And then you write, what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout.
I think he's talking about Amber there, though.
And insulting any fuck who got me. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave that out. The 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
no reason you tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
There are again, when I write something, when I write a text, especially if I'm in a particularly impassioned place, it's a canvas, it's painting. Choose your
Appreciate
colors.
that. That wasn't my question, sir. My question was very simple.
Okay.
Okay, objection, let my client to finish giving his explanation, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Are they asleep?
Let's look at page 333.
Blackout on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your.
That's disappointing. Like, he was giving a fantastic answer.
Yeah.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
You seem to do a lot.
Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, may we approach, please? Okay.
See, again, I think this is good for Depp's team. I mean, should have, I agree, 100%. Should have objected to let him finish his answer. And they did that with a different witness in an earlier day. I don't know why they're not doing it today. But that being said, I think this tactic for them of approaching for objections is better. I don't know what it is about them giving objections from the table, but they're not good at it. I don't know if they need
You see
the
that
extra
page, Mr. Depp?
second to walk forward or what.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you see on line 8, you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer, apparently, but yes, apparently that is what I'm saying to Mr. Bettany. Question, yes. Is there any reason why you would say that to Mr. Bettany if it were not true? Answer, probably not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you would agree that on that flight you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber. So
Mr. Depp, with
with
respect, I'm trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time. That
No,
was
you're not.
My question. My question was simply,
when
you would
take 5
agree,
minutes to look for
you would agree that on that flight you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both. Correct?
Objection compound. All right, sustained.
You would agree
Good objection.
that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxicodone, which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk.
I don't recall drinking a whole. You don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight. Okay.
I don't recall being drunk.
All right. Let's look at page 335.
Where would you like to start?
Line 11, please.
So compound question objection means that the question has multiple answers required to address it.
I want them to question. I want to make sure it's quite clear what you were saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree.
Yeah.
Did I read that right?
You did. I was caving in from.
My question was simply, did I read that correctly? Now,
again, they should.
I don't understand. Let him qualify his answer. Cross-examination is not a yes/no parroting if there's more to it.
Actually, you know what? Let's go to Exhibit 220.
And it's clearly implied in his answer that he wasn't actually agreeing. It's like, okay, fine, whatever.
This is a
sure.
recording.
Let's get through this.
I'd be happy to read. We're going to play three excerpts from it.
Okay, with the objection to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
May we approach her? We'd just like to know what it is first.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. They need to fight for his ability to answer these questions because he's very good at answering these questions, and so he's Johnny Depp. He's charming. He's charismatic. That's been evident for the past couple days. He's got the gallery laughing from time to time. Let him use that, and let the judge say no. Right? Like, let the judge shut down his answers. Don't let David Rottenborn shut down his answers. That guy's a piece of garbage from Depp's perspective, from Depp's team's perspective.
Right. And every time that he cuts Johnny off, he's basically testifying. He's not letting the witness who's responsible for testifying. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, any lawyer worth their salt knows cross-examination is you testifying.
Yep.
But you cannot cut the witness off when they're trying to legitimately make, qualify is the word. When they're trying to qualify the yes or no, like, wait a minute, there's more to it. No, you don't get to speak. You can't do that.
Right.
Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. Absolutely, you can. You can, everything is allowed until objected to, but it needs to be 100%, and it's 100% valid objection.
I agree. Yeah, and that's the job. Now his team could be thinking we'll address it on redirect. Maybe that's a strategy, but I think they should,
Your Honor,
utilize the tool that they have with Johnny on the
full
stand.
exhibit
I agree.
220 into evidence with the following 3 excerpts to be played. The first is the start of the audio through 1 minute, the first full minute, and then 250 through 320, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 320, and then 9:30 through 10 minutes. Please.
221 is targeted.
Is that a goat? Oh my god. Is that Johnny?
Amber looking at the camera like she's Pam from The Office.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds. Sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal. Maybe it's my voice.
I want to see the video.
Then let's go play 9:30, please. Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, "No, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets sick"? You know whose voice that was?
I didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
All right.
yes, that's Cherry Judge. If you wanted me to answer.
That was Jerry Judson. Okay. So you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. Send the text to Paul Bettany, and at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox. And you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the plane noises is not from that flight, sir.
Not my question. My question is, you went to detox in August 2014, right?
Don't recall exactly.
And you were there on the island with...
Oh, on the island, yes.
Yeah, you were there on the
So
island.
the recording
with,
wasn't from the plane flight?
Amber and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper.
So that was the whole
correct?
point of it.
Correct.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes.
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detox process, correct?
You could describe it as that, at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And
you should have.
We all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's...
And you testified yesterday about her not giving you medications at a certain time, but you have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I
You have
remember,
no personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower. She called them up because she said that I was in a manic state or some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair, and you said that they came up there, but my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicine.
Objection calls for
part of
hearsay.
those communications, correct?
Sure, I was. I was there during those discussions. There were times sort of written down, but the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed. That's what I remember, even though if it was supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30.
According to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, that's what doctors and patients.
And sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you, actually, let's pull up. You didn't just express your thanks to Amber. You expressed it to other people as well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120, page 41, please.
Give him a chance to answer.
This is plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
I swear, if this guy has like a dinner that he's late for or something, I don't understand. Load your roll, buddy.
Yes, he also praised Amber Heard several times while she was beating him.
And this is a screen thing.
Like, so what are you trying to... We've already established that he covered up the fact that she chopped off his finger. He lied to the doctors, right, about it. She put a cigarette out on his face. And after that, he was still praising her a little bit.
The only question I have for you is the question on the top of the page, sent on August 19, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just that text and the identifiers redacted. I'm sorry?
Which page of the exhibit
It's at page 41. Or it's listed as exhibit 120_0041. That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
So just to be clear, if it's just the top text message and the identifiers are removed, we have no objection. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor.
And just that page, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Page 41. All right, so 1.8.
Let's see.
My eyes burn.
JDA 79 says, this seems like an exercise in futility.
Publish, Your Honor.
None of this stuff is meaningful, and even if it could be, he just flies right past it to the next thing.
This is in this text that you send to Paige Hurd, Amber's mom, on August 19, 2014. You say the following, and I understand that you gave certain testimony yesterday about what you perceived Ms. Hurd's role in your detox to be, but
Your son outlaw. I love that.
Ms. Hurd to Paige Hurd, and you say, I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, and your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. Thank you for her first. And thank you and that sweet fucker David for all of your words of support. I'm through the other side now, I think. I hope. All this boy's love, your son Outlaw. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
I'd hate to have my messages to like my in-laws being read by people.
Now, you flew, you got married to Amber on early February 3rd, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember the year today? 2015, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And a week after your wedding, you left for Australia to start the process of shooting the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And Amber was filming in London at the time. She left directly from the wedding to fly to London to film London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
That's correct.
And the plan was that she was going to fly out from London to Australia directly to join you for the filming of Pirates 5, right?
At some point.
And she was going to stay in that house with you for the duration of the filming, correct?
I don't know that it was the duration, but sure.
Correct. And you testified on Tuesday, I guess, that when you went there in February of 2015, you'd been off of alcohol for 18 months. You testified to that. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
That's just nonsense, right? And we've already looked at
Thank you.
May 2014, you were drunk on that plane. You've admitted to that. That's not 18 months before. So that testimony that you gave when you said you had been sober for 18 months before you arrived in February of 2015 was not
Yeah,
true,
he said he
correct?
wasn't drunk on the plane.
Your Honor.
What's
I mean,
the objection?
He's testifying, yeah.
It's a compound. You could just give me one question.
Mr. Depp, you had not been sober off of alcohol for 18 months before you went to Australia in February 2015, correct?
It's possible that it was not 18 months, maybe it was 17, maybe it was 16.
It was actually a lot less than that because at a minimum, You were drunk on that plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014.
That's incorrect, sir. I said that I had had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Okay, and a very different thing from what you texted Paul Becky, correct?
Again.
Okay, so Boston flight was in May 2014. You go to Australia in February of 2015, having testified that you were off alcohol for 18 months. Now, when you went to Australia in February of 2015, you also lied to the cast insurance company that was insuring you for Pirates 5, didn't you?
After she cut my finger off?
No, well.
Where's the whole thing we should do? I'm sure you would, considering all the incest. What are you talking about?
Is that, am I getting the timeline correct? The finger cutting portion of my life? Let's see who I lied to. Objection relevance, I was thinking when that question was asked, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
Mr. Deputy, you see this is called a cast insurance medical certificate.
He opened up his character for truthfulness.
Touché. Yeah.
Okay. And it's dated, this is in, I believe it's in, not the way we do dates in the U.S., because you can see in the lower left column, examinee's start date of filming 16/2/2015. So that means February 16th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And the date of the exam.
Before we go any further, we'd ask to be able to see this entire document.
I'm just asking about the top of it. I'm happy if we want. There's specific.
Yeah, but there may be
there
may be context that's relevant in the rest of the document.
So we just appreciate the courtesy of being able to see the entire.
Called the rule of completion.
That's
Chad.
fine. I mean, I'm going to direct them to certain parts of it, but that's fine if they want.
But if he's never seen it, then he can't authenticate that it's an accurate representation. They did this before with one of the other witnesses, and where they're the audio engineer for some of Johnny Depp's movies. They're like,
yeah,
you would agree that this stuff's in Johnny Depp's contract, and he's like, I've never seen this. I wasn't party to this.
I have a hard copy if you'd like to look at that.
They'd like to see page 3.
using the wrong witness to try and introduce a document is a common tactic, but it usually fails if there's a proper objection.
They just scrolled to the last page, so we can just view it here.
Yes. It's usually done when you forget to get it in through the proper witness or the
Yes, I do.
or some other issue comes up.
Mr. Depp, this is your signature on the page of the document being displayed here, correct?
That is.
And it's dated February 11th, 2015.
Who reads contracts anyway?
Your Honor, with the understanding that the exhibit for the court will have to redact signatures, I'd move permission of this document and permission to publish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, this may have some medical information, so at this time, we'd like an opportunity to ensure. This is an insurance form with medical information. I just want to make sure we're not publishing anything. That should be.
Your Honor's made clear that anything that comes into evidence in this case will be published to the jury, whether it's
Well, there
confidential or not.
may be irrelevant medical information.
HIPAA, hello? Anyone?
Good. I'm glad they're fighting for this objection.
I agree.
This is a big turn from yesterday, and there may be medical information that's in this document. It's an insurance form. There may be disclosures that he had to make, and those things are not relevant to this case.
Yeah.
I got to give Johnny Depp's team credit. They're doing a lot better today on their objections. They're fighting harder. They've got more complete answers for the objections brought by the other. Well, there haven't been any objections from the other party because they're on cross, but they have more complete reasons for their own objections, and they're taking their time. They're not feeling like they just have to give this like one word answer. And they know they can go to the bench if they have to. So it's it's a market improvement, and I'm glad
You
to see it.
think that they are a little more maybe comfortable because all these cameras shoved in everyone's face. I mean, a lawyer who's not used to like being in a very heavily media publicized case, unless you have experience, you're going to like be walking on eggshells. I can empathize with them. I can understand their fear, and maybe now they're getting a little bit more comfortable. It's very possible. That's one thing I did not even think about until just now when you said that. I don't know. Maybe they had their morning morning coffee, so they're a little bit more awake now. We'll see. I think I didn't see as much of the testimony yesterday, but I agree with you that today they're doing a pretty decent job, but
yeah,
maybe like 75%, 70%. There's several spots where they could have objected and they didn't. And I didn't like that.
Right. And especially in regards to letting him answer questions or fighting for him to answer questions, I suppose.
Yeah.
Kaya Wee says, the DUI guy, thank you for coming on the stream and sharing your insights. I'm so glad Rackets introduced me to your content. Your cross-examinations give Sharafazi a run for his money. So there you go. Sharafazi being one of the counsel in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the name.
I am not. I didn't follow that case as closely as I would have liked to.
He did pretty good cross-examinations, I would say. He did very well. In fact, I think the cross-examinations that they did are part of what broke that case. I mean,
I'll take the credit. Yeah. Thank you.
And then can you scroll down?
Effective lawyering can make or break a case 100%.
Your Honor, these redactions were on here before we.
Did my stream freeze?
No issue there, and then we would propose to just redact the. Go up one page. I don't. That's the proposed redaction. And if you want us to redact the first three lines, M, N, and 2, that's fine too. Why don't you go ahead and redact those, Michelle? I'm just trying to move this along as quickly as we can, Your Honor.
So you're rushing. I wish somebody would say that to him, like, "Oh, you care more about your time than doing this right."
Here. They're on East Coast time, so it's almost 1 o'clock.
Yep.
So probably after this series of questions,
so we looked at your signature, Mr. Depp. Scroll down, please, Michelle. 2 more pages. There's your signature, and then this is it's an insurance form for that the studio Disney took out for you filming Pirates 5, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And you see the role here. It's listed as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, coverage status, full coverage, effective date February 11th, 2015, right?
I see that.
And you're aware it's not uncommon for studios to want to insure actors that are playing in a movie in case something happens, right?
It's happened for 30 plus years for me.
Correct. So if you can scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you were asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? But Michelle, let's unredact them. There's section B is illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. And you check the box to the right. Michelle, is there a way to unredact the headers in that column so we can see which one is yes and which one is no?
No. There's not going to be a way to unredact it. You better pull it down off the screen. Like that redaction bar was across the whole thing. So, I mean, maybe you have to redo it, but if you got it with those redactions already, you probably won't be able to.
Which courthouse is this being held in?
Thank you.
Fairfax, Virginia.
So,
Fairfax County.
Mr. Depp, when you were asked the question in this CAS insurance form, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? You say yes, that you've used some prescription drugs. And when in the question that says illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not, you check no. Correct?
Yes.
Oh no! Did he actually lie? Oh my goodness!
And around this time when you can hit that down.
We don't
Around
actually
this
know
time
that
you flew to Australia
he has
in February
yet.
of 2015. You were starting to feel depressed about your role in Pirates and your acting legacy generally, correct? Well, let's do it this way. Let's put up Exhibit 350, please. Sure. Thank you, Anna.
Okay, that was completely nothing. Like, we don't know that he was on illegal drugs in the previous 12 months.
Right.
You know, his vice was prescription pills, roxycodone, not an illegal substance, a prescription substance, which he checked yes.
He's thinking, if I plant the idea, hopefully it sticks method, and it's very, very shaky. Because if he doesn't have anything concrete and he can show that there was signed on like whatever, March 12, 2016, and then, you know, August of 2015, you admitted to using cocaine or whatever already on the stand. If he can tie that, well then, okay, you got him for lying on a official document, which who wouldn't lie if you're trying to get your Pirates of the Caribbean franchise roll? What is that?
Sorry. It's the court audio. They've been doing that. So
you know, like who would, I mean, in Johnny's position, I mean, just any reasonable human being, who wouldn't like to get that next Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, even if you had been using? I mean, it's not that big a deal at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's for the purposes of this trial, a lot of people lie on documents like that. A lot of people do. And that's, you know, it's just a reality. And again, it's one of those things where a lot of people on the jury probably have lied in some way or another about a medical form, especially when it involves an illegal drug. Very, very possible. Not saying that you should not do that, of course, but people do it with frequency. And the other thing is, he never made an insurance claim on it, I don't think, unless he made an insurance claim on the finger, which I'm not sure that he did. But either way, this doesn't get to the actual heart of the issue here, which is, did Amber Heard lie or misrepresent Johnny Depp's abuse of her? They're just trying to attack his overall credibility. But the real problem with what happened there is what you said. If you've got him admitting on the stand that he did drugs or whatever, there's the follow-up question. And you just admitted that you were on cocaine on this date. And wouldn't you agree that's within 12 months of the signing of this document? I mean, that's that. The jury doesn't even know when he signed the document because they didn't show the date. Did they? Or did they say the date?
I missed it if they did, but they definitely didn't show it.
Yeah. Someone says, can you explain how illegal drugs can be prescribed by a physician? No. Maybe in a different country, a different type of prescription, somewhere else. Marijuana, that's the easiest one. Marijuana is a prescription substance that is illegal federally. So who knows? But
they did say, Chad is saying February 11th, 2015 is when he signed it. So
Okay.
now I think after the lunch break, they should continue that line of questioning, I imagine, and now tie it to you admitted on such and such day 2014 already, like we have you dead to rights kind of thing, and you admitted to using illegal drugs. And if he says yes, okay, so you were not entirely honest on this document, were you? I guess I was not. I don't remember. This could be his answer. And now the jury's thinking, okay, so he lied on a document to the insurance company, and if he ever filed a claim, then they have even more. Now you filed a claim after you already lied on a document, and it's going to look really, really bad as to his own propriety for honesty or dishonesty. But again, how does that prove or disprove the defamation case? Because again, the bottom line here is defamation. You keep saying that, Nick, and I 100% agree with you. You can add as much fat as you want to this case, but the meat is what's going to matter. I'm not seeing any meat so far. Not really.
I also think I agree that if the defense wants to do this well, they need to do what you said. They need to come back after the lunch break and hit this hard on. Did you admitted at this point in time? I don't think they're going to. It kind of looked like he was already switching gears to the next thing. He wanted to leave the implication out there without solidifying the lie. And so, I mean, which is fine, and it may work on the jury, but if you've got the nail, hit it with the hammer.
Exactly. That's what I keep waiting for. And this team is not doing a very good job at, not to steal your analogy, of hammering the point.
Yeah. It's I think their overall objective is to just go ahead and impeach his character for truthfulness as much as possible, because he wove the narrative yesterday that Amber Heard was abusive to him and that he has never struck her or any woman ever. Like, that's his testimony. He's never struck a woman in his life. Very careful to say woman, because he is in fact being sued for punching a man. That was the lawsuit that they tried to bring up, but that's that doesn't make his testimony untrue. And so, since Amber Heard has suggested that she was standing up against domestic violence, I mean, the imagery of domestic violence is that of physical abuse, even though that's not the only way to domestic violence someone. That's the way everybody perceives it. And she has alleged that he had struck her and put bruises on her, broken her nose. And he addressed those yesterday, saying, when I allegedly broke her nose, basically, she had put a tissue in her nose and pulled it out, and there was a little tiny spot of red on it, because she didn't bleed from this broken nose, apparently. That's very uncommon to bleed from a broken nose, I guess. But so she pulled this tissue out and showed him, and he said, "Oh, can I see it?" And she wouldn't let him. And then he went and retrieved it from the trash, and it was nail polish on the Kleenex, is what he testified to. So they have to establish that he is a liar, that his testimony is unreliable. And I mean, I'm not sure that they're getting there with because it's okay. So you embellish something in a text, and I thought it was great when he said you had 2 bottles of champagne right after 1,000 cans of Red Bull. It's like that's how he writes. I read that salacious text earlier. Like, clearly he wasn't actually talking about drowning and burning Amber Heard and then having sex with her corpse to make sure she's dead. Like, I don't think that was actually in the cards when he texted that back in 2013 and would then, go on to marry her and stay with her through 2016. But what do I know?
Celebrities, man. I mean, it's a totally different world. One that
if you guys haven't yet, please smash the like button.
I'm okay with that. I don't ever want to have that kind of status where the entire. I mean, look at what's happening. I even have a feeling, and I could be wrong, but like, me being in private practice as an attorney, owning my own business, as I'm sure back when you were more actively practicing, you remember the ebb and flow. You know, clients come and go, and sometimes they come in troves, and sometimes it's like the Sahara Desert out there.
So can you guys pace out your problems, please?
Oh yeah. You just spread them out to make me feel more confident. Yeah. And I've noticed and I have no idea if this is in any way, shape, or form anything to do with the trial, but my gut is telling me the whole world is watching and is distracted right now. Because I mean, we have a very, so far seems like lovable, notorious. I mean, who does not know Jack Sparrow? You know, it's
Right.
one of those universal things that probably if you were to ask every other person on the street, they will say, of course I know the franchise and the character. Anyway, so I feel like business has been quite slow the last 2 days, noticeably. And what I'm trying to say about that is that his whole life is in public purview. Everyone is watching, everyone is talking, everyone is analyzing. You know, he shared stories from his personal life, he shared stories from his relationship with Amber, he talked about his career, he did all those things, he said all those things. And your whole, you don't have privacy. You have not even zero privacy. You have negative privacy. Now everything, because of his defamation case, it's all out on the table, and I don't know. I think it's a very, very difficult, mentally, emotionally, physically. It takes a toll on you, and celebrities don't have it easy at all. And I think that again, having everything under scrutiny constantly, all that drug use, you know, I completely understand. I can't relate, but I completely understand why he was defaulting to drugs, both as a celebrity and based on his past. You know, maybe someone in his shoes would have done exactly the same thing.
Well, you've got millions of people who either like you or hate you. They're trying to discover everything you do at any moment. He talked about this in his testimony. You can't just go get a cup of coffee from the cafe. You can't. He has to have private security to keep people from coming into his building or his house or literally scaling the walls. He has to employ private security to pick up his kids from school because they could be at risk from someone for whatever reason. You can't go out to a restaurant. You can't lose your cool in public ever. It'll show up on TMZ the next day, no matter where you are. You can't do anything. You get picked up for a DUI, for example. Like that body cam video will mysteriously get leaked when others would not, and it'll show up somewhere. And like it's always going to be something, and so it makes a lot of sense why these people will find some escape from that sort of stress and resort to drugs. And you hate to see it, but there's kind of probably a reason that it's so prevalent. It's like just in an alternate state, and there are other ways to deal with it, sure, but when you have effectively unlimited resources and also very little consequences, because that is kind of a perk of the celebrity, especially one at the tier of Johnny Depp. Like, sure, there are ways to deal with it. You could go into dark mode somewhere, go to be like Jack, right? Jack Dorsey going to some Buddhist retreat in the middle of Malaysia, or you could just do some cocaine right now. you could just take some oxycodone that your private doctor will give to you. You could do that instead, and it's an easy way with almost no consequences. That's immediate, rather than being intrusive.
Yeah, and it's almost acceptable by society. It's like, yeah, he's a celebrity. They do drugs. What's the big deal? It's not even like oh my goodness, I had no idea. It's like, and
yeah, and frankly, based on other celebrities we've heard of, like, I hate to say this because I don't want to minimize it, but the stuff I'm hearing is kind of tame. Right? Like, this isn't Motley Crue running around when like he tried to get him on this statement earlier that he made about some people do this and some people destroy hotel rooms. Like I remember that in the 80s, like that was the rock band, right? Like they would go around on tour and they would leave these epically destroyed hotel rooms. Everything is smashed, garbage, puke, and booze all over the floor, illegal drugs all over the room, probably a dead hooker somewhere in there, and like it was kind of the lifestyle. And so you hear what's going on with Johnny Depp, and you're like, so I mean, this is a guy who takes pills to go to sleep, and occasionally like moans and yells and maybe vomits. Like that just sounds like people I know. Honestly.
Yeah. Where's the you got a bunch of smoke, which we get, but where's the fire? I haven't seen the fire yet.
Like Ezra Miller just got arrested for like the third time choke slamming some random person. Like where are these incidents for Johnny Depp? Like where's him peeing off the steeple of a church? Like where is this? The wild stuff that you expect to hear from celebrity benders. All I'm getting from him are these benders that end up with him moaning in a bathroom somewhere. And that's like the depressing bender story.
I know, and it only I think paints him as someone who has experienced tremendous pain and hardship. It actually is working, I think, for the plaintiff rather than against the plaintiff in their case, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of what that's where I was thinking the same thing. Like, this isn't making Johnny Depp seem bad.
No.
And I know they're trying to, but it's that nitpicky thing. Well, and trying to make something salacious. And it's like, in context, this is not so salacious. It's not working for you. He's not punching babies.
Well, not yet. We haven't finished the cross yet.
Right.
I mean, we'll see. Again, if there's a smoking gun or a bloody knife, metaphorically speaking, I imagine it would have been presented by now. They're not saving it for like the big finale. You kind of would probably lead with that, and then everything else would be tainted by that light. If you're doing your cross right, you want to remember how I said, primacy, and you want to start strong. So if there was a nuclear bomb in Johnny's past, that it's something that he did that was absolutely like categorically the number one worst thing in his entire relationship with Amber, that should have been point number 1, 2, and 3. And then everything else is kind of like colored by that fact. So every additional piece of information that is provided to the jury is now tainted by that original one. It's a classic defense strategy to do that. But the fact that they didn't do it means either they don't have one of those, or that they're doing it extremely poorly and they're saving it for last. So I guess we'll see. But my gut instinct is telling me it's probably the former. They don't have anything.
Yeah, and the reality is, like I said, this has gone to trial before in the UK. Not on the exact same issues. Not he was suing the UK Sun, not Amber Heard. So not everything is going to be 100% the same, but a lot of this evidence is already out. Like, it's publicly available what the source material is for all this. And as far as I'm aware, the big story, and this is what I think, the defense will eventually get to, not with Johnny Depp, they're going to get to this in their case in chief, but is this one event where Amber Heard ends up punching Johnny Depp, but she claims it's because he was going to hit her, he's going to throw her sister down the stairs or something. And Johnny addressed this on direct, saying that no, the sister had gotten between them to intervene in the argument, and then Amber kind of punched around her and hit him. So I mean, we're going to get to kind of a he said, she said, except there's another. The sister is probably going to testify in favor of Amber Heard on that, but she has prior inconsistent statements that are coming in through another witness, or should be coming in through another witness. So that'll come in on rebuttal, though. So that's going to be, near the end of the trial. But like, there's not the bombshell. Like, they have to have something other than what we've seen. Otherwise, everybody knows the story-ish of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's relationship by now. Or they know, if they've been following, they know enough of the details to kind of predict what's coming. And I think that's not going to get them, that's not going to get either side the win in this. I think the person's likability on the stand is really going to sell it. Because I think the jury is either going to go, we don't like what this lady did to this guy, ruining his career and ruining his life with what, by pretending to be a victim of domestic violence. So we're going to go his way. Or to say, you know what, we think we don't really trust him, and we find her more credible. And if she's more credible, then he was beating her, and she was in fear, and therefore she was a victim of domestic violence, and she wins. And that's where I think it's going to ultimately come out. But this is a lot of chess for a game of checkers, is what it seems like.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, let me hit some more of these super chats.
Okay.
By the way, in case to the chat, if you're new around these parts and you want to participate in super chat, you do not have to. No one has to send me anything. I am fully appreciative of any chats people send in, and I do attempt to read all of them by the end of the stream. With that caveat, I have a policy of reading $20 and higher super chats first, kind of preserve the flow of conversation, and then I get to the others as able. So if you're wondering why you sent like a $5 super chat and it hasn't been read yet, I will get to it. It just sometimes takes a little while to do that. But everything is appreciated, and I just want to be kind of open about that. I hate talking about that aspect of it, but that's what it is. Okay, so Tuscan Bob says, lawyer, you stated you drink and drive. Depp, no. Lawyer, in the UK trial on page 206, you said that you drank alcohol. On page 304, you said you drove your car. Did I read that correct?
That is hilarious. Who wrote that? That is genius. Sorry.
That was
really
Tuscan
funny.
Bob. That was Tuscan Bob. Hold on one second. There we go. Sorry. Cyrenius Akari says, is Johnny Depp's team just saving their time while Rottenborn wastes his? I mean, maybe. I don't think so. Rottenborn, he's playing a dumb game here. He's getting into a charisma battle with Johnny Depp, which is a mistake. Johnny Depp has a stockpile of charisma on all of these jurors that even if Rottenborn were a more likable person, and I'm saying that as a big if, even if he were, he's battling uphill against this deposit of charisma that Johnny has from his movie career. So that being said, he keeps saying to preserve the court's time, he's taking shots at Johnny Depp for testifying in sort of a long, belabored, rambling way the first couple days. He's trying to make it, I think he's trying to get under Johnny Depp's skin. I don't think it's going to work, and I think he's trying to charm the jury as much as Johnny Depp is trying to charm the jury. And maybe that's a strategy that has worked for him in other cases. Maybe he's likable or something before juries, but I don't think he has had many witnesses that are like this. And you're just not going to do that. Like, their job is to be charismatic. So I think it's a bad strategy personally. I'm trying to respect the court's time. Like, no, you aren't. You haven't been trying to respect the court's time at all in this trial, and that's fine. You have 6 weeks. You don't need to. Like, if you can't do this trial in 24 days, I don't know what you're doing anyway. Ryan says, after yesterday, I think the defense knows Amber is in trouble and they're trying to minimize the damage. Well, yeah, they certainly want to blunt Johnny Depp's testimony. I would agree with that. 5 Simple Words says, I think the strat is to goad Johnny Depp to anger by cutting him off like Amber did when he would argue. Yes, I think that is part of the strategy. And he's, for all of his attempts to cut him off, like, he's not doing great. Well, Johnny's not given rise to that. The thing that they may be overlooking is that if that worked with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, it might have been because of his relationship with Amber Heard that he felt like he should have permission to respond to her in a special way due to their relationship. And so therefore, when she cut him off and badgered him with questions over and over and over, as was testified to before, that was a violation of their relationship. He didn't have a relationship with Rottenborn, so it may not bother him that the guy's being a prick. Like that, you know, if some random guy is a prick to you, you don't really care as much as if, like, you know, someone you trust is, you have to give someone permission to harm you. Big Bat says in Mark Richards' voice, looks like Johnny Depp is suffering from post-nuke clarity. I would have followed the O.J. Simpson method of divorce. Thank you, Big Bat.
Divorce with finality.
I'll divorce her cranium from her neck socket. Caligula says, I keep imagining if instead of this judge, it was the judge from the Edgecombe case, he'd be tearing these people a new a-hole. Yeah, Judge Borowski, that guy's hilarious. And he would not tolerate half of this stuff because he... Can we please move on? You played the audio, I think, 100 times already. This is getting ridiculous and cumulative, and it's pathetic. Turd Ferguson, thank you for the donation. Farmhand Tom. Sorry, I gotta respond to this. Okay, sorry. Farmhand Tom says, Amber's odor eliminating spray is now available at Farmhand Tom. Eliminates all odors, used anywhere, even on bed sheets, to eliminate offensive odors like smoke, urine, poop from humans or animals. Search Farmhand Tom. There you go. Is that real? Like, are you an actual, like, purveyor of goods who has made an Amber's odor eliminating spray? Because that's funny. If you did. I hope so. Third Ferguson 34 says, did Johnny ever say he always told the truth, or just said he was obsessed with it? P.S. I accidentally sent the super without the message. I guess you get double. Hey, that's good for me. I'll take it. I don't know if he said he always told the truth. I think he did say he was obsessed with it and that he tried to adhere to truth or something like that. So, which, I mean, lots of people try and fail to do things. I don't think that's that big of a deal. In court, you generally want to avoid that line of statement because it opens the door to the defense or the other party attacking your character for truthfulness. They can bring they can then bring up any lie you've ever said anywhere, any untruth or whatever, to try and make you look like a liar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do that.
I'm so not used to painting freckles.
Specific statements that you made.
What is this, lunch break? Yeah.
I'm a truthful person. Now they can go.
It's like, Rick, I thought you were giving me shit.
Well, what about
because you had your streams all synced, and now you're telling me you don't even know what's going on.
That's the issue. Kaiju Spirit says there's no way you can let DUI guy go another minute without knowing the tale of Kevin Landau. Come on, Rackets, you're slipping. Also, ask the Chandler question. Does DUI guy take a bite? Okay, so first is Kevin Landau. Have you ever heard of this attorney? I don't suppose you would have.
I saw the comment and I did very cursory research to just refresh my memory if I knew about him before, because the name does sound familiar. But I understand it's a very, very shady firm or person filing a lot of frivolous lawsuits kind of individual?
Yeah, the joke. Yes. One of the interesting things that he appears to have a pattern of doing is taking cases on contingency, running them for a very long time, getting his clients into a position of sanctionable action, then dropping the case, and then billing the clients for work that was done, and then suing them when they don't pay.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
That's really ugly.
It's kind of really horrible. He did this. He actually got a judge wrote like an 82-page opinion that reamed him out, but it didn't sanction him, which was annoying because I think it did sanction the party. But he tried to get some bogus handwriting stuff in. He hired a handwriting expert, and so this is a woman whose husband was a cartel hitman. And she went on I think it was Univision. She went on a Univision documentary about the cartels, and she was not blacked out. Her identity was not obscured in any way. And she said that she was suing them, saying that they were supposed to obscure her identity, but it was clear in the contract that she would not, like specifically laid out, you will not be obscured. Your name will be on the screen. You will be on camera. Your identity will be public. And,
yeah, I did read the contract is not a valid defense to. Right.
And so what Kevin Landau tried to do was to hire a handwriting expert to claim that that wasn't her signature on the contract, that in fact Univision had forged the signature. Well, the first handwriting expert he hired said, no, that's obviously her signature. And then, so he fired that guy and hired a second handwriting expert. And when they gave samples of the signature to compare the two, they were new samples. Whereas the first guy, the reason he concluded it was the same thing was because he looked at, prior existing samples of her signature. And so he's like, yes, of course that's a match. So then they hire a new guy. She provides only new samples of the signature to him and obviously just screws him up, right? And so then he's like, well, no, these aren't the same thing. Brings that before the court, gets called out on it, and his client got in a whole bunch of trouble. So he ends up dropping representation of the client and then suing the client for like $60,000 of work that he had done, even though it was on a contingency originally. It was really...
His argument is what? Quantum merit, which for who's not familiar, that's I put the work and hours in, so you owe me for what I have already done, pay me. That's all it is.
Right.
That's what he's doing?
That's what he did in that case and in another case. And then in another case I was covering, he tried to do that, but he was getting a lot of heat from online, including from me, because I was just making fun of how stupid his case was, because it was an embarrassingly bad case. It's actually what got me into doing YouTube, was covering that case. But he tried to do it. That guy then backed off. But he did the same thing, like raising bad behavior and bad representation to the point of getting to potential sanction area, then dropping the case, and then they settled out of court his claim before he actually filed. So I don't know what the settlement was. I think they both said that it was zero, which would have been the smart move for him. But the guy's kind of. But the reason they bring it up, so he has enough DUIs that he is no longer allowed to have a driver's license ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like not for like 2 years. For the state of Michigan has prevented him from having a driver's license for the rest of his life.
Is very bad. Michigan, I think, like on a second or third DUI, it's a lifetime. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, he was having problems with his rolling breathalyzer in the car, right? Like he had the interlock ignition, interlock ignition, yeah, and he would clearly have someone else blow into it while he started the car, but then it stops. And then his dad was
those things have cameras, right? Like they see who's blowing into the device, right? Oh my. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. So what's the question? Or is it coming? I don't know.
Oh no, I was just gonna tell you, like the dad's his lawyer in the case, and he's like, no, he was using mouth spray. That's what was going on there. So, you know, but like the thing was picking up large amounts of alcohol. So it was good times. Good old
right
time, though.
Yeah, sounds like a high caliber lawyer, eh?
He represents, like, some of the clients he gets. You're like, how? Like he was suing. He was representing allegedly Moe's grandson, Moe from the Three Stooges.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
His grandson accused a Hollywood executive of putting his finger in his butt in exchange for roles, and so sexual assault stuff.
Clearly.
And did the same thing, rode that case up to the point of sanctions, and then dropped representation. It was really, really bad on that one. And then he had another one where he was suing a deceased hedge fund manager's estate. This guy got sued by a couple women who he was allegedly torturing, through like I would say BDSM, but like without any of the consent type stuff. So he would hire like a prostitute, and some women came out and accused him. Well, Landau got two women to hire him to do like an add-on accusation lawsuit, and they got destroyed because it was like there's no proof that he's ever even met these people. Whereas the other dude, the guy's crazy, very, very suspect. But
yeah,
the question I'm supposed to ask you is the Chandler Halderson question, which is, if you have already murdered your parents and chopped them up, do you take a bite?
Jesus fucking Christ! What is wrong with you, Chad?
It's from a case we were watching. Chandler Halderson in Wisconsin, who murdered and dismembered his parents, and I think he might have taken a nibble. That's my speculation.
Okay, so why is that even a question? Like, I don't understand.
Well, it's just if you're already there, like if you've already done these things, do you then, like that's pretty far already.
If you're first of all, if you're psychotic enough, psychopathic enough, sociopathic enough to do something of that nature, would it be within your realm of your character to go that far? I don't know. You have to be in the mindset of someone that twisted.
I don't think this guy gets that it's a joke.
So wouldn't you agree? You testified that yes, you would. Okay, thank you.
I think it's a very, very interesting question, but I can't have any input on it because you really have to get into the shoes of that mindset, and
it's a joke.
I don't think
it's a joke.
The majority of people can't enter that mindset because we're normal, non-psychopathic humans for the most part. Or egomaniacs.
Speak for yourself. I mean, come on.
Not for the chat. Not for the chat.
So anyway, no, it was a running thing from the trial coverage because I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, I don't know. I think there's more to this. This guy seems really suspect, and his girlfriend seemed really suspect to me too. The biggest thing that threw me off about his girlfriend in that case was the prosecutor on opening spent several minutes talking about how now you're gonna see some stuff about the girlfriend's actions and how she kind of assisted him in this and may have helped. But I want to be very clear. She didn't do anything wrong here. She is not guilty of anything. He's like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess that seems like you're coming on a little strong there. I don't know if I trust you, but anyway, that's the background of the question there.
The Rammstein song "Mein Teil" comes to mind from. Okay, so you remember the old story? There's obviously the song did not originate with that case. This goes back a little further to the early 90s, I want to say. This is like when the internet was very, very, very young. There was a gentleman who was basically a psychopath, cannibalistic tendencies.
Oh, this is the German guy.
Beyond belief.
Sure,
And
they ate each
he
other.
made a blog post on the internet
Everyone knows about this.
asking for a volunteer who would be consenting to
Everyone knows
basically
about this.
being murdered and eaten alive.
All right, I'm done.
And eventually he found a person who said, you know, I volunteer as tribute. And there's this whole, story. You can read about it on the internet. I'm not going to share it live on stream. But he goes on and I think that he drugs him up first to like kind of numb the pain and everything. But he ends up killing and eating him with consent. I mean, the dude was literally, I'm yours, do whatever you want to do, eat me, whatever. So he ends up.
Just don't put me in a dress.
Just don't. And Rammstein wrote a song about it called Mein Teil, which in German translates to My Peace. And it's, yeah.
I like how he's telling the story that literally everybody already knows.
Oh, undoubtedly. Speaking of twisted people, welcome to The Lawyer You Know.
What's up, boys?
You walked in at the wrong time, man.
It sounded like it. I didn't know where that was going.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Fine. We're on lunch break here. And we should be back. Court should be back in about 20 minutes. But we're just on the cross-examination of Johnny Depp.
Okay.
And
it is done. I'm going to make the time lapse.
Nick, you were by yourself most of the time of what I caught, and then I caught some of it as I was driving, so I didn't see who all was on. But it seems to me
that guy looks like every single dude in San Francisco. That's like skateboards.
Asking the wrong questions. Johnny Depp answers pretty decently as a party, in my opinion. Like, I don't recall, or maybe, and then he impeaches him with a different question or a compound question or a question where he obviously is succumbing to 15 of the same questions in a row where he's like, sure, whatever.
That was a really good moment from the UK trial that he said, where he's like, you said you were blackout drunk on the plane. It's like, no, I'm not. It's like, let's go to the trial. And then he goes there and he's like, now let me read this. Now, you were blackout drunk. Well, I guess for the purposes of moving past this, I will agree. Yes, whatever you say, anything you say, fine, let's go. It's like, there's your admission. It's like, that's not really an admission, though.
And neither is, did I read that right? That's not your follow-up question to impeaching somebody, asking if you read it right. That's not evidence now of what they said. All it is that that's what they said in the UK trial or in their other depot. That's not evidence in this case that you can now say this is his statement in this case because you didn't ask the right follow-up question. And then when you talk about some of the things he tries to do as like a trial lawyer trying to trick people, saying the UK trial over and over again, do you think any of these jurors are going to go home and Google what happened at the UK trial? Because they probably are if they're normal people and they're interested now. He keeps mentioning this UK trial. What happened there? Why are we even here? What did the jury or judge do over there? I think it's going to strike some intrigue in some of the jurors. And then the one that a lot of lawyers like to push, I don't, and I would have done something different than Johnny Depp's lawyers did, but I'm really trying to move this along. For the court, I'm trying to be respectful of the court and the jury, trying to move this along. It's like, bro, no, you're not really, but you just keep saying that so the jury tries to like you, or you say you can cut off Johnny Depp whenever you want to try to cut him off. Those are kind of the takeaways, which the insurance contract or whatever that Johnny Depp signed that it seemed like his lawyers hadn't read, or that Johnny Depp hadn't read, which I think is very weird if it's on the exhibit list. You stop the whole trial and you say, we got to read every word of this. I'm not letting this come into evidence. I'm not letting anything come into evidence that I don't know whether or not it should be redacted. The client has that the opportunity to read and respond to. No, stop the whole trial. Let's take an hour and a half and I'll read through it if you really want to use it. And we'll see how important it really is to Amber Heard. That's kind of, what I would have done. You can't be scared to delay a trial because you got pressure from the judge or the media or whatever. You got to protect your client. Letting a document in that you don't, it seemed like they didn't know what it said, which is scary to me if I was Johnny Depp.
Yeah, I mean, the one hurdle they had there, Johnny had signed it. I mean, his signature is on the document. So, but that doesn't mean that he knows what's in it. I think the UI guy said that. Like, it's an insurance contract.
Who reads those? Like, you just sign on the dotted line and call it a day.
Exactly.
Kind of like the divorce agreement. Also, that kind of similar things. Like, whatever that said, you both just wanted to be done with it. Yeah, she didn't lie for monetary gain, whatever.
Yeah, that.
What do you guys think of this one?
The lack of foresight on
you
that.
guys like it?
Though,
I'm personally not very comfortable with like painting freckles. I've gotten a lot of practice though. A lot of you mofos have freckles.
Entertainment lawyers, and you know it's those assholes. It's the two entertainment lawyers that said, "No, you have to do this. You have to make this statement. This will be the publicity. This is going to keep you in Hollywood, you know, and you're not going to have a salacious divorce scandal if you just make this statement." Well, thank you guys for not seeing the writing on the wall that you can't allow someone to preemptively say they didn't lie about anything for monetary gain. It's like just, why would you have that? Why would you have that statement at all? Because at that time when they're getting divorced, there weren't many public statements made except for Amber Heard going to get the restraining order, I think.
That's what it seems like, the big statement, which is not the statement that's on trial here for defamation, which this is such a weird trial. And for all the poor people that have no idea how normal trials go, and they hear all of this slander coming out back and forth, like, this is never allowed in just about any trial to go through every horrible thing a person has said and done in their life that has nothing to do with the statement that's actually on trial. It's really mind-blowing how this is just kind of going off the tracks, because everything's relevant when it comes to character or truth, because they both care so much about the truth and about their character and about being right and how horrible the victim is. They're the victim, the other one's the abuser. It's wild.
Yeah, and I actually think that the defense has made a mistake in not picking their battle appropriately, because the defense is walking this dual line where they want to just.
This is my art Instagram. Everyone, go and check it out. I'm going to do a little refresh on here. I'm uploading the new painting time lapse right now.
And then on the next breath,
but
they're going into everything
let me
else.
Turn down Nick and them because they're just talking. So I have this art Instagram where I post all of the eyes that I have painted. And if you guys want to go check it out, it is the art of Anna TSWG. This is the painting I painted in the beginning of this stream. The one that I just finished is uploading right now. Are you awake from yesterday? What is up, Cecil? So I woke up last night at, I think 9 p.m. So I've been up since 9 p.m. yesterday. I think I'm actually going to go to bed like now-ish, so that way I can be awake for the Jack show. But, oh yeah, by the way, guys, Jack show on my channel today. But so yeah, this is the painting that I painted earlier in this stream. This was from yesterday, and then this was from about a month ago. So if you guys are interested in seeing, you know, past eye paintings that I have done, you can go over to my art Instagram and check them out. Yeah, Anna is going to Miss Jack, confirmed. I will be there. I'll be awake. I just need to take a nap and run to Starbucks or something. Wait. Watch the serial killer doc at YouTube. Dennis Nilsson. Oh, thanks. That's I'm gonna actually Google that right now, so I have that in my search history. I like watching serial killer documentaries. Documentary. Let me pull that up. All right. Looks interesting. I'm interested in that. Okay, but yeah, it's the new one's uploading right now. Come on, mofo. It usually takes a while because, I don't know, for whatever reason, the second, like, I walk out of the shack and, like, closer to the whatchamacallit, the router. Here, let's watch the one from earlier. This is the one that I painted earlier in this stream. Sleep till 6. Sleep when you can. Yeah. I couldn't sleep till 6. Yeah. What time does Jack show start? Jack show starts at 8 p.m. tonight. So no guarantee that I will look purty tonight. I might look like a zombie. I want to figure out what the fuck Sheila Aliens uses, how she gets that filter on her face. I would love to not have to ever do my makeup and just put a filter and have it just look pretty. But yeah, Jack's supposed to be on my channel tonight. Drexel is supposed to be the guest. He's going to give us a review of the Baldo. But this is the painting I painted an hour or so ago. And then, yeah. Just wear less clothing and it won't matter. See, I might, oh wait, hey, dude. Where are you? I'm trying to get somebody that's in the chat. Yo, I have no idea how to say your name, but this one that I just painted. This is your eye, dude. Hey, what kind of leafing do you want? Let me know in the chat. Okay, let me pull it up. All right, go. Tell me, which one do you want for your eye? Because your eye is the one that I just painted, dude. How do you even say this name? For whatever reason in my head, I kept thinking the name was Eton, like the college in the UK. But then I'm like, how do you say like, Iaman? Is that how you say it? Iaman? Amen. Okay. Never heard it. I've never seen it spelled that way. I like gold. Okay, do you want the shiny gold or the vintage gold? For fuck's sakes, Anna. I'm sorry. I've never heard that name before. Or I have heard the name. I've never seen it spelled that way. Which gold do you want? The vintage or the shiny? Let me get this damn thing off. I can show you examples. Okay, stop playing your little time-lapse thing. All right, let me get examples. Oh, shiny? All right, cool. Shiny gold. Writing it down right now. Shiny gold. Cool beans. Do you like your eye? Here, I'll get trying to upload this video. We'll see how long. Okay, let me get the other eye. I don't know if you guys can hear it in my voice, but I'm starting to get sleepy. Okay, so this is your eye, dude. You like it? You can't see it in the camera, but it is green. I think it's great. Ah, cool. Both these mofos had freckles. So both of you fuckers were testing my ability today. You got more freckles than him and in more convenient areas. I felt like the freckles on this gentleman's face added to the dramatic lighting. But yeah, I did 2 paintings today, guys. I'm trying to get it so I can show both of them. And this way is better. 2 freaking paintings. 2 of them. And people want to know why the side project takes so long. It's because I get tired and I'm... you put in so much energy and straight focus that when you're done, it's just is exhausting. All right, I think I need to go stand next to the the router to get this loaded. But I just sat down and it feels so nice. Yeah, convenient freckles. You don't understand, man. It is convenient when freckles are in a convenient spot. But yeah. I made other paintings and I'm done. I'll make you suffer through watching this one again. You guys all probably hate me now. You're like, I've seen this too many fucking times, Anna, and I'm just gonna be like, fuck it, I don't care. Let's see. Yeah. Could probably get a range extender for the shack. So I did, and it worked really well. So my computer is hardwired to the router. So I got a a cord directly plugged into it. But the Wi-Fi extender, it honestly just doesn't work. It sucks. You've been standing all this time? Yep. I don't have a stool. My desk is a standing desk, my art desk. Which I just noticed is starting to slump in the middle. Not too happy about that, but it is what it is. How much do you charge to purchase the paintings? So originally I was charging $80 and people said that that was too cheap and they told me that I needed to charge more. So I upped it to $100. Because to be fair, I do spend like 2.5, almost 3 hours on each one. But that includes like shipping and everything and like all the materials that I use and obviously my time. But yeah. But I don't require any form of payment until I ship them, which would be after the gallery show. Because what I'm planning on doing, if you guys don't know, is once obviously I have all these eyes, all of them, with me currently, sitting on a shelf that I store and keep out of the dust and the sun and all that. Well, so all of these eyes, I got the idea to words, I'm blanking, I'm so tired. I got the idea to do a gallery show and they're all going to be on exhibit, and I'll do like a open invitation to everyone if you guys want to come and do like a meet and greet and meet me and see all the eyes and all the paintings that I've worked on. That'll be a special event I'll hold for everyone, and then once that is done, that's when I will ship out all of the all of the eye paintings. So nobody is required to pay me until I need to ship them, because obviously it will cost money to ship them. But yeah. Meet and greet Anna sizing up her sacrifices. Yeah, it'd be fun. Oh my god, motherfucker, load so I can go to bed. All right, I'm gonna have to go stand like right next to my modem to have this thing freaking whatchamacallit upload, because it's taking for fucking ever. All right, I'm gonna turn the volume back on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go run and stand next to my modem.
Next big movie is Amber Heard going away or something like that. It's a moral victory.
Yeah, and I think the 50 million request was for the headline, get the attention of everybody, and put the public in the posture of, this is how damaged this man is. Like, this is how much she hurt his career. But again, I think that was geared towards the public more than it was specifically geared towards the trial. And I don't think there's, I just don't think there's any way they're going to award a $50 million defamation award for him.
Did they say how much he made on Pirates 5? That's like the only thing I can think of is, okay, let's assume he lost Pirates 6. What did he make on Pirates 5 to at least give us some indication as to how much he lost if it's just that one goal? I mean, that's, I think, the clearest line I can draw. Besides that, I'm not really following exactly how to calculate damages, which is always the hardest part in trials. And they didn't even really mention it in the opening, I didn't think.
60 million for Pirates 5.
Go. I don't think he was going to take a discount, do you?
You would think not. Let's see. Wait. Oh, hold on. In addition to 20 million up front, he gets 20. Okay, so 20 million up front, he gets 20% of the movie's production costs. Over the course of that agreement, more than 300 million has been realized for the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Alice in Wonderland brought him 55 million of back-end earnings.
So we'll say at least 20 million plus.
Yeah. That's according to this random website. Hollywood
it has been uploaded. It took for fucking ever, though. Okay. I'm going to turn this volume down. All right, here we go. And I grabbed my Cheetos because I gave in. And I'm done painting because I can't do another one. I am so tired. I eat my Cheetos and go to bed. Anna forgot I was here in her art channel. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I see you guys. All right, everyone. Look at this. Look, there's a new painting. You guys can scroll. You guys can scroll through. Look at it. It's all beautiful. It's perfect 3. All the rows are aligned. And we can watch the one I just painted. Yay! She lives in a house pictured in architectural design. Mofo, I wish. I literally just picked a random stock image from Google of like an art studio. It's good to have goals. So here we go. Where's synth pop? Oh, you going to play some music in the background? I got that. Here. It's got that. There you go. Anna, you gonna make anything for the CG art auction? If you guys want me to draw something, I'll draw it tonight. You guys can request something. But yeah, what do you guys think? You like this one? When are you gonna paint my eye? Let me check my list, mofo. Was your name just spiking on here? Type it in. What name did you give me? Without doxing yourself. Or did I paint it already? I don't know what your real name is, dude. To check my list for you. Spike, did I paint you already? Oh, I found it. You're number 82, man. And I would highly recommend... let me show you something. So, just to get a little grasp. So this gentleman, remember how I said like the quality of photo? So for your painting, dude, you're going to go like the level is at painting number 1 versus painting number 2. So you got plenty of time, but I would highly recommend trying to get a higher quality picture because that'll end up in, you know, the quality of your painting. So right now you're at your painting number 1 level. But yeah, just a heads up. What are you painting on? I'm painting on canvas. Painting with oils on canvas. And I have painted 53 paintings. Way! Yay, ow, my finger hurts. That was weird. I just got a shooting pain in my pinky finger. But you know, like the little, so you have the little section that's connected to your knuckle, like that's connected to your palm. That little section, then the middle bone, and then you go up one more after that other knuckle, and that's where your fingernail is. The one in the middle just got a shooting pain. Thanks, mofo. You got this? Ah, thank you. All right, guys, I am fucking tired. I'll probably just turn on the stream and listen to I'm trying to sleep. Oh, I'm tired. Everyone in my art stream, thanks for hanging out in that one. Let me go through and see if I got any super chats from Russell. I got lots of them. Jack shows tonight on my channel. Thank you, everyone. Let me see. I'm so fucking tired. What did I see? Russell, do you think they're setting us up for DP reveal? Oh my god, I hope they show Johnny Depp's dick pics. Holy crap, that'd be like the greatest thing on the internet. Could you imagine the memes just from there? I know Amber Heard's, what do they call them? Spank bank pictures leaked, like the nudes that she was sending to Elon Musk. I know those leaked. Russell Hall, thank you for asking after the trial. Will you be streaming from under your desk? No, I'm going to go to sleep right now. You know what I like about Elmo? Potty trained. Okay, I think I read all of these ones, Russell. I think I did. I don't think Russell's here anymore. All right, cool. Well, everyone, thanks for hanging out with me. Go finish watching Nick's stream or go watch whatchamacallit, the other Tug, that umbrella guy. I was gonna call him other umbrella guy, but I'm like, that's the wrong word. But anyways, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. If you haven't, go over and subscribe to my art channel. I hope it's not in trouble. I can't just stream on its own over there. For some reason, I have to dual stream or else it doesn't let me, which kind of pisses me off. The monetization got removed on that channel. It's under the entire channel is under review for some reason. I don't know why or what's going on. So fingers crossed my art channel can be saved. But anyways, everyone, thanks for watching. Go check out the videos that I posted here on my Star Wars Girl channel. Go follow me on the Twitters, Instagram, Twitch, because I play video games on Twitch like every day. And yeah, go follow me on my art Instagram and let me know what you thought of the paintings. But anyways, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you later for the Jack show here on my channel. Night, everyone.